Sup everybody, welcome to the stream, and we are going to make another friggin' great system or something today in this community project that we're working on. Yeah, we started a little, it says you started a little earlier. There's a bunch of technical difficulties this morning. I'm trying to do some multi-streaming, but we ran into some issues, so I had to quickly revert back to my old setup and then issues. But whatever, here we are, and we're gonna have another cool day here. There's our super cool game. You know what? I should replace this splash screen with our actual game stuff. Why not, hey? Hey guys, yo, Nos, welcome back. David, welcome back. David's like 5 minutes, and I'm like, nah, brah. 2 minutes. Alright. Once again, we got the chronometer, which I still have yet to get a progress bar for some reason on the screen there, but it'll come eventually. But yeah, so 5 super chats, $5 or more, and we'll put on the crown and have a fun time. So first, what I wanted to do, yeah, so let's go to project settings. Here's how you can set a custom artwork for your project. So well, first off, where is it here? Is it on this one or is it somewhere else? It's called splash screen, so I'll just type splash screen in. There it is. Game splash. We can do game and editor splash, why not? I put that in my YouTube folder. And I think this, and then I think this. Look at all my thumbnails. Jesus. Here it is. Yeah, so that'll be our, and I'll do the same for this. But what you can do too is I'll make a duplicate of that. I just got it on my other screen here. Graphics, thumbnail. Sorry, where was I? Live and this one. So I'll open this up in this, and what we'll do instead here, so first I gotta save it as a copy. We're gonna edit it, and you gotta create a square, unfortunately. So let's see how I can do that here. I wish I could do that manually, right? Okay, let's figure out what we want here. But I do need it to be a square. So it needs to be like literally exactly like 1,000 by 1,000 or something like that. Ooh. Where do you do it here? Free reset. I thought you could do it. Let's cancel this. Smarty, hello, welcome to the stream. I'm just trying to figure out how to freaking resize this. I mean, you know what? How about I just do it in a professional software so I don't have to smash my head against the wall. This is the software I use to make the thumbnails anyway, so. In that regard, actually, I could probably just open this thumbnail. Right here, and just make another version. So we'll go, okay, basically what has to happen here is, you have to make it 192 by 192, but obviously, let's go to slice. But obviously, you know, you can't capture this whole thing in 192 and 192, right? King is unavailable due to being in trouble with the missus. Oh no. I know all about that. I know all about that, buddy. So, the new missus, fantastic. The old missus, not so much. Alright, so it's gonna make I'm in slice, export, yeah. Create a slice, right here. So, where can I edit the slice here? So, a slice. I can't remember how to edit the actual slice itself. Is it? It's not here, no. I like how I'm calling to an editing software. That's a pretty good image, actually. I mean, I get... What's 192 times... calculators over here. 192 times 4, 768, so that's what will make our image. 768 by 768. Right there. Perfect. Okay. So there's our slice. Now we can move it into a position that we like. That's pretty badass, hey? for our project thumbnail. So we'll just rename this project thumb, and we'll export it as a JPEG so it's actually small. High quality, and we will... Can we export it in 0.5? We can't. You can do that in Illustrator, but you can't do that here, but that's fine. We'll just export this slice into YouTube, taken, yeah, graphics, yeah. Where's live graphics? There they are. Project thumb, save. Okay, now we'll open that up. Where the hell did it go? I'm looking for it now. Build games live. I literally just exported it to there and I don't see it. Projects, refresh. Where the hell did you export it to? Graphics, live graphics. Is that not where I am? Oh, graphics. No, that is not where I am. Project thumb. Okay, we'll open this up and now we can edit and we should be able to resize. Maybe not in this. Resize image. Percentage, 25%. Kudasai. Save. And drive. Look at all this extra shit we gotta do, hey? To make our stuff look nice. Live, not live requests. Graphics, live graphics. Project thumb, 192. Cool, done. Now we can go back to Unreal and finally do something about that. Save. Okay, here we go. We'll clear splash. It was like right at the top. Here we go. The project thumbnail. This one, my drive, my YouTubes. Man, going through all these is annoying. There we go. Oh, it needs a PNG. God damn it. It just had to be I made it a JPEG, so it was a lot smaller here. Let's see, I'm just reading some comments here now. Where'd my mouse go? There it is. Whoop. Mark, welcome back to the stream. Now says, I've been working with a player character manager and you character modifiers today for an FPS. Allegedly, you are able to use them in full blueprints also. Really great for third-person games also. Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, we were playing around with the camera manager, I think, a couple streams ago, but we didn't end up using it. Did you just say Kudasai? I did. I did say Kudasai. Anyways, I think I can save as something else here. Save as... Oh, set as. Here we go. Save as PNG. Save. Alright. There we go. Project thumb. There we go. What do you mean? Oh, frick. Now we gotta resize that too? Jesus. So annoying. Save. Why do you have to save it as a JPEG? Oh, there we go, that's why. Save. Save. Yes. God, can we do something else now? Oh, my... Yep, this. Graphics, live graphics. Okay, we did it. We're done. Now when we launch the game and our projects, so if we close this project, so we'll save all, then we'll open project. There's our game with our thumbnail, right? And then if we were to say open, and it'll say, sure, we'll open the project we already have open. That's broken. But yeah, there we go, guys. So there's our splash screen. So cool. All right, which level is Sag? Probably level 9,000. Pretty much, yeah. Right. Is Blender troubleshooting Squeeb's shader issue? Yeah. All right, so yeah, I'm not sure how many of you guys dropped off before the end of this last stream, but we went and found a few assets. We found this free robot here that's free to use in projects, so we thought that'd be like a cool looking boss or something. He's got only 3 animations, I believe, so yeah, here we'll just hit play there. He's got an idle animation, and what's this? An attack? Okay, so he's attacking. Cool, and then what's this last one? A jump. Let's see what this one is. Oh, jump, there we go. Man, that's that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool, I will say. So, what we're gonna do here, we'll go to our actual level here. Where did I put our... Oh, right, it's in the variants. Combat. Gala, good evening. How's everyone doing? Welcome, Gala, to the stream. I don't think I've seen you on stream before. I'm just trying to remember. Yeah, I don't think so. But so welcome to the stream. And does he have a control rig? Let's find out. I believe he said he was rigged to the Epic Skeleton. Let me just double check that as well. Stylized robots. Can you... Skeletal meshes. No, he looks like he doesn't have a... looks like he doesn't have a skeleton. I don't think he would be rigged to the Unreal robot. That'd be nonsense. I could do that one stream, make a control rig for this guy, because I do know how to do that. It's just a little fucking tedious. But, he must have edited this outside of Unreal. But, yeah, I'll have to go to Fab and find him, because I'm pretty sure it said he was rigged to the Unreal skeleton. Didn't I? Maybe I just added him to the project. What do we want? 3D characters and creatures. Not in my library, in the actual Fab store. And we did licenses, Creative Commons, that like literally makes a lot of stuff go away. We'll find them here. Unreal kept crashing, I think, last time we accessed this guy, and then we finally got in. We also... There's another interesting robot creature. Huh. That would actually fit the aesthetic, to be honest, of that other robot. So maybe we should download this guy. What has he got? He's got no animations. He's not rigged. Okay, well, he's kind of useless to me then. I can't rig myself, so if anybody in the comments is a rigger, then let me know, and we can add this. I'll add it to the library for now, just so we have a reference of it. But where did you go? I'm annoyed I didn't add it to my library, to be honest. So we'll see if we can find it here. Here, I'll do, robot or something up here. Maybe it'll pop up. There he is. It said, he is, well, obviously he's rigged. Yeah, he's not rigged to the skeleton. Yeah, I mean, that wouldn't make sense anyway if he was rigged to the skeleton. He's got totally different joints, etc., right? So, but I'm gonna add him to the library so we don't lose him again. Hardar. He said rigger, right? Yeah, I said rigger, bud. I said rigger. I got in trouble. Actually, I shouldn't tell this story on stream, but maybe in a private chat on Discord if you guys are there. But anyways, don't worry, it's not as bad as I'm making it sound. But yeah, I obviously can't say it on stream. So, but all right. So for those who didn't know, Taken Grace was starring in every Star Wars film as the Force. Thanks. I am Force. I add Force. Anyways, it's okay, but the... Oh, you're talking about the little guy. Yeah, the little guy would be, I think, just like little, maybe he spawns little bots that just kind of run around and come at you while he shoots you. That'd be pretty cool. Anyway, sorry, going back to content, we wanted to open our level. Because what I set up last time was he's here, right? So he spawns. Obviously, he wouldn't be there until the door is like about to open. Then we'd spawn him in. But you know, just to give you guys an idea, so we'll start here. You know, this is a test level, right? So we'd obviously plan some other stuff. But yeah, you know, you jump and then as soon as you commit, you're like, oh fuck, right? You got this big guy. And he's just gonna come out and wreck you, right? So, yeah. So basically, by adding this robot guy, I think we definitely need some abilities of some variety. So we'll do those. But one thing I do want to do with you guys is I want to figure out what our kind of mechanics are going to be for the game here because, yeah, we got to figure out what we're building for a prototype essentially. So just give me a second. I got to open the community game. Player metrics we kind of somewhat figured out yesterday. Things to do. Let's see. I'm just going to move this over here. This is my notebook with all my stuff. So we'll say... What did I just say? Mechanics. Okay, and I'll put all these pasted images in my pasted images folder because I don't want to look at them. Just so you guys know, I just finished prepping a video. I have to obviously record it still, but I'm going to do an inheritance video. I just saw... well, I saw one done by Ali Alizo, which was really good, but... what I think we want to do instead, or I want to do instead, is I want to do like a workshop, right? So we're going to be doing, well, that's all the code, but we're going to be doing basically a door inheritance thing. So we're going to make a door parent, and then we're going to make a bunch of different doors. I could delete this. I don't need this one. Yes, delete. Right, so we'll make a master door, and then we're going to make like 7 different types of doors, and there's going to be lots of stuff we're going to learn besides inheritance, and it's going to be really good. We're going to do, I can show you guys that near the end of the stream if you want, but yeah, we'll make like a padlock door where you have to put a number combination in. We'll do a key and lock system. We'll do automatically opening doors. We'll do buttons that open multiple doors, a button that opens one door, pulling a switch. The guy gave me the idea in the Discord, I can't remember who it was, but he asked about how to make a door switch work with a door, and I was like, oh, I mean, shit, that'd be a good video. And then the more I thought about it, I was like, I could turn this into like an inheritance video. So yeah, we're gonna be doing that. It's gonna be great. Anyways, we're here. Put that in there. Mechanics. Okay, so mechanics. So obviously we want abilities, so we'll say abilities, and then we had some ideas last time. Which were they? Somebody said to add melee weapons. Yeah, we got power-ups here. Glass with a mustache, or glasses with mustache, that's so funny. Projectile throw items, okay. So we want that plus melee weapons. So are you just a hoodlum? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what's the purpose of the game? Eddie says, all good, thank you, still noon on my side of the world, yeah, pretty much. Eddie says I'll rig it. Awesome, man. That's awesome. Yeah, so I should actually create a, what's it called, diversion for this, and then we can add people to it so we can work on it independently if you wanted. Right, so, let's see here. Takeenggrace once strangled 3 evil ninjas with a cordless phone. That's so good. Is it paid or free? Yeah, it's free. I'm not using any paid assets in this entire thing because, you know, at the end of this, you know, we'll put it on Steam as a free game or something like that if it's good, right? So we can just see the whole process of how it works. So I think everything should be free. We should be doing everything properly and all that kind of stuff, right? So, what have I been looking for? Something I paid for PureRef, not exactly the thing I wanted. Sorry, what are you talking about here? Booney, yeah, welcome to the stream. Finally making a stream that's not, what is that note-taking program you're using? Oh, it's called, Obsidian. So, it's free, and, there's only, you know, I've said this multiple times, but obviously new people coming in haven't heard it, so, yeah, I like it. The only problem I have with it is, number one, like the pasted images, like look at how many images are in my notebook. You have to make a whole folder just to put your pasted images in, so you don't have to look at them. And the other thing is how it handles, so like when I go to record this video, like here's all the, you know, I'm planning all the stuff out. Here's all the variables and all the functions that I made in the master blueprints. I haven't finished note-taking this yet, but then I screenshot all of my events, and it's just like, I had to add a plugin to, like, do this, to, like, zoom into an image. You know, like, that's silly. And then I added a plugin to make it dark mode because, yeah, that's... I hate... You know, this, like, hurts my eyeballs when it's just like, right? Like, you know, I don't want to deal with that. So, anyways. Mechanics. So, abilities... I think like not a ground pound, but like maybe like a stomp, you know, like stomp and then you like push enemies back. You know, what do you guys think about that? You know what? Actually, let me do this. TG add a woman's handbag item as a melee weapon. While we're at it, we might as well add a sandal and make the character Asian too, if we wanted. All right, maybe you know what? Maybe everybody has their own unique melee item, so you can be like some woman and she's got a handbag with a brick in it. And she just keeps smacking guys. Yeah. And some Asian kid's got a sandal or something. I don't know. That'd be funny. But I'm sure. Have you guys seen Stephen Hayes' YouTube channel? He's an Asian guy and he does little skits based on like what happens when based on if you're Asian, and they're so funny. And obviously you can't get in trouble because he can't get in trouble because he is Asian. So, but yeah, he's funny. But yeah, a lot of them he has like he plays all the characters and he's playing his mom, and then he like grabs his slipper off the foot and throws it at him. So good. Anyways, okay, yeah, I don't know. So where's my mouse? I got this teleprompter so I can like look at you guys while I'm talking to you, but yeah, I had to put it somewhere weird on my screen so I can do stuff. Anyways, let's create a new poll, and there's not going to be necessarily a winner to this one. We'll just say abilities. And on my other screen here, let me just open up the chat so I can see the chat still. Where did you go? Right there. And then I gotta go to YouTube's. And I gotta go to Manage Streams. There we go. And then I gotta pop the chat out here. Oh, the chat's already popped out. Okay. There it is. Okay, so I got the chat up here. All right, we got a Mark Dono. Welcome back, Mark. Taking Grace's keyboard doesn't have an escape key. I tell it when to escape. Yeah. Awesome. Thanks for the dono there. So yeah, once again, we got 5 super chats, and then we can $5 or more, and then we will put on the crown, and it'll be a good time. But anyways, so I'm going to add some abilities here to this poll, and you guys can vote on which ones you like. I will put as many as YouTube will allow me. So I'll say which abilities. You probably can't vote for more than one, actually, now that I just think about it. So you know what? Screw it. Why don't you just, in the comments, just shout out what kind of abilities you guys want to do here. You know, and let's just a walk away key. Yeah. Yeah. Why not switch your Windows theme to dark? That way Explorer is also dark. It is... Oh, actually, no, it's not. You're right. I'm sure you do that in settings of some variety. Display settings. I thought I have it on dark. Yeah, there's my little teleprompter. Oh, you guys are over there. Yeah, there's my little teleprompter, so it's a little annoying, but... position... Probably just find a setting. Dark mode. Turn on dark mode, system-wide, yes. 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 Yes! Fat man gets a big W today. That makes me so happy, because, yeah, the big, bright white light just drives me crazy. Oh, so good. So good. Oh, there we go. I'm looking for that. Oh, so good. Dark mode. Anyways, okay, back to Unreal. Okay, so a laser weapon. A butt slam. That's funny. Doesn't shrivel in the cold. Doesn't shrivel in the cold. So we'll say butt stomp. Someone else said... Yeah, right. Laser weapon. Let's see, laser weapon. Okay, so we'll say weapons in general, and we'll do melee. Melee. I always do that. Melee. What about like a laser whip or something? Like we don't really want to make this into like a gun game too much because it's supposed to be a brawler. So maybe like a laser whip or a bat that's like a light weapon or light sword or something like that. Can't do the other one or we'll get sued by Disney. But yeah, we'll say some sort of laser weapon of some variety. Okay, what else we got here? Low orbit ion cannon strike. I mean, geez, it's gonna be the most random game ever at this point. I'll put it in there. Orbital strikes of some variety. What if you're going in, like, what if you're going in as your main character and they're like, hey, here, take this weapon, you're up against the robots. And it's like, nah, I just fight with my fists. Be like, you're gonna die. Be like, so will they. Or something, I don't know, something funny. And then, yeah, you just basically use your brawly skills, and then when you're in trouble, you can call orbital strikes in or something. Magnetic field, ooh, I like that one. That one's good. Where's my fingers? There we go. Metallic field. And then what about like a gravity well? That'd be pretty cool too. Have one singular point with... I don't know how I would do that in Unreal, but I'm sure we could figure it out. Broly skills, loving it. Yeah, pretty much. So, Tier's saying the Ryu Hadouken ability. I actually have not played any of those games. I think the last time I played one of those games, actually, it was like 2000, and I was, what was I, 8. So I don't really remember much about it, and I have not played any of those games since, so I don't know what that looks like. Call it Crimson World. Yeah. I'm a painter. I paint robots with my blood. Our guy's just gonna be ridiculous. Hi, mister. I'm trying to oak. That's KC. Welcome to the stream. A holo whip. A holo whip, hey? Ooh. You know, instead of a laser whip, what if we do like an electric whip or something? Because that would... Or an EMP whip or something like that. Like, for bigger enemies, you kind of just, like, whip them, pull them back, and then you can do some cool stuff, hey? How about a jump pack? I think a jump pack's a good idea. Because... jump pack. Yeah, because if you have bigger robots, you could jump in the air and get some air, and then we can do some sort of, you know, smash ability. God, we can't get too crazy here because, like, obviously, unless some of you guys are going to jump in and help out on this project, that'd be pretty cool. We can get some of these made here. I think after this, I'll set up diversion right away so we can do that. So, anyways, smash ability. Did I miss any? Pro tip, anywhere you can add the green color, especially to like the coding IDE, green relaxes the eyes and makes it easier to look at things like screens for a longer period of time. Yes, and easier to actually key and composite. Does anybody know the reason why they use green screens instead of blue screens now? I do obviously know the answer because I worked in film, so you guys have a guess at that and I'll let you know why. Right, so... okay, in real time says in regards to reuse thing, it's like a Kamehameha, but just a ball. I'm getting some good ideas about what the game could possibly be just based on what you guys are suggesting. Let's just say like a laser ball, I guess we'll call it. And what else we got here? I have a gravitational orbit. It's just a little different. I have a wind cannon. David, I'm willing to help. Awesome, man. Roll into a ball and knock it around enemies, similar to a charge system. Oh, damn, that's pretty cool. Yeah. I think instead of the rolling into the ball part, I think, if it's gonna be a brawler, I think he just has a lunge and then a punch type of thing. You know what I mean? So we'll just say a dashing punch or something we'll call it. Yeah, because rolling into a ball, now we're open up. Is he in a mech suit or what? You know what I mean? So, brightness of the edges is something like that. Yeah. A hacking ability? Possibly. I'll put it in here, but we're all over the place here in terms of what we can do. So we got to kind of, I mean, at the same time, we do want to have some versatility for the player to do stuff that they want. Yeah, what if they can, like, if there's like a dead robot or something, you can like hack into it and then it's like supporting you in some way. That'd be pretty cool. Large fish to slap, then bots around. How about a pulse that comes from the body? It will knock back enemies. I did say like a stomp ability. Oh, there's a butt stomp. I didn't say butt stomp. That was real time, but I'll do. Oh, sorry. We're still in weapons. So we'll get rid of these, and then I'll orbital strikes. Ah, shit. Oh, well, these, whatever. We get our ideas here. So, we can organize it after. But, I should somehow make this accessible for everybody as well, so we can see what we're planning, and then if somebody does something, they can kind of add to it. Okay, so weapons. We got the laser weapon, this laser ball. Actually, that's more of an ability. Hacking, dashing. Okay. Hacking might be easier. Lets players change a small amount of AI to target nearest enemy AI for a short period before reverting. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, well, a hacking ability could work. That could be an orbital thing. Be like, hey, hack this robot, and then like some laser comes down and actually like sends down some sort of signal, and then it like hacks a robot or something, just so like we can keep our character specifically just brawling or something like that. You know. All right. Give them the best ability of all. The right? The BFG 9000, 100%. Just a big, gravity swelling, laser beam ball gun, like basically all of the above. That'd be crazy. Just melts them, Anyways. Temporary invisibility ability. Sure. We'll say temp invisibility. Visibility, right? Something like that? Is that how it goes? Yeah, okay. Do you do Niagara also? I'm still learning it. No, I know how to modify existing Niagara, but I could not create one from scratch, unfortunately. So, eye lasers. Maybe the robots can have eye lasers. Okay. What do we got here? That could be an interesting twist, actually. Your abilities are actually experimental and fire off randomly all at once. I just reading your comment, I don't know why this came to my brain. What if you start off as a brawler, but you're like a bionic human of some variety, and at every like kind of boss you beat, you get one of these abilities? That'd be badass, actually. So at this point, we might as well do gas, because like all of these abilities are just going to work way better with gas. But it means I got to start from the frickin' ground up doing boilerplate. Oh, it's so frickin' frustrating, but... God damn it. Okay, well, yeah. If we're doing all these abilities, I think gas is the way to go, to be honest. But anyways, so... Imagine you pull the sun out of the sky and smash it into robots. Yeah, and destroy the planet while you're at it. Yeah, you pull the sun from Super Mario Bros. Just throw him out there, yeah. You said we could do that in terms of like you're a bionic human and you get your perks from all the bosses you beat. Yeah. Okay, so let's... I think this is a good starting point. Let's work at what other systems that we got to do. So mechanics, we'll say systems. So we need the gas system, unfortunately. Or sorry, not unfortunately. Like I think that's just going to work the best for this. So if you guys aren't familiar with gas, I guess you can get pretty familiar with this at some points. But anyway, so we got gas. We're going to need, obviously, a health system, right? We made a stamina system, and I wonder if we should revamp that to be something to do with energy. If we're going to have all these other abilities. And then we just don't have a cap on sprinting. I think that's silly if you're a bionic human, you know? By the way, let's let's kind of commit that idea in here. So let's say, you know, you're a bionic human, and you get new abilities from bosses you beat. Cool. And mechanics, system, energy. What else we need here? People like spending points on stuff or upgrading stuff in a way. How would we want to do that? Do we want to do it like, let's say, I don't necessarily think a skill tree. I don't think, again, we're going to get scope creep here where we're just have way too much shit in here. But, David says you need C++ for the initial setup for gas, right? Yeah, you do. Yeah, you got to create the base classes and all the attributes and stuff like that inside of C++. Anyways. A merchant NPC. Yeah, it's like the one friendly robot. Oh, David, you retracted that message? I like that message. Do microtransactions? Yeah. Let's just be predatory right from the start. Yeah, you can't turn your robot on until you give us $5. That'd be toxic. No, the game's gonna be free. I mean, you know, we're doing this for fun and to develop our skills. So yeah, of course we're not gonna charge money for this, right? Have a money pool to buy consumables. Instead of money, let's do we'll say a currency system. Like, you know, in Ratchet and Clank, you collect bolts, like something like that, right? Jeez, why can't I? Is that how do you spell currency? That's not right. Thank you. Jeez. Currency system, we'll say. And we'll say, you know, not bolts. Or sorry, not money, but like parts or something. Parts or bolts or something like that. Right? Have temporary buffs you can buy called subscriptions. I would call them licenses, actually. You're licensed temporarily to use, you know, an extra, what do you call it? Augment or something like that. License system can buy a temp license to use an augmentation. I don't know how to spell that either. There we go. Augmentations, and we'll just put power-ups. Cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Robot batteries, fusion cores can be the currency. Oh, damn, right? Nothing like a TG screen and working on your project. Am I right? Yeah, right. Robot batteries is actually a good idea. I could just see, I just literally in my brain envision, like, you go to the merchant robot or whatever the case is, and you have like a rare boss battery, and his little eyeballs are just like, oh my god, you have a rare battery, right? So yeah, we'll need a shop system. Okay, what else we got? It can have some fun animations of violently removing the boss batteries. Yeah, right? That'd be some cool cutscenes too, honestly. Okay, so starting to enter Gunrun Lagan territory. So it's funny because like all you guys are mentioning these games. I've never played these games. These ideas obviously just came to me naturally, but obviously somebody else probably thought of it first for sure. So, anyways, yeah. So, you know, we're not using any of this, you know, same what's it called, naming conventions or anything like that. We'll try to avoid all that, of course. Okay. Autocorrect stream. Oh yeah. can have waves, big brain, PP around. Yeah, right. No, I think this game's gonna be awesome. Yeah, like I said, if it was just me doing this like once a week every Saturday, this game would never get finished. But yeah, so if we want to turn this into a community game, I think this will be super fun. So today we'll do the health. We'll do the health component today for sure. We might revamp this energy thing, and we'll make it scalable as well, so we can do some stuff. Next stream, I'm not so okay. Just so like full disclaimer, I'm not like super confident in C++ yet. I think I might know enough to just get gas set up. However, yeah, so we'll have to do that next Saturday because I just got to review like the documentation for this, just so I don't waste everybody's time on stream. So, anyways, so. That's good. Okay, so let's just X out of this for now. I did say I was going to do... Oh, yeah, I was going to set up diversion. So let's set that up right now. So, diversion control. So if you guys don't have diversion, this is probably the best, in my opinion, revision control. Because what was I going to say? Yeah, it's just like... All the other ones have downsides, and this kind of like patches up some of those downsides. So I personally prefer it. It's pretty lightweight and it's free for the indie tier. So hopefully our thing doesn't get too big. Hopefully we don't get a Project Titan situation where it's just like so visually broken that yeah, right. Sure, whatever. Import those. I need to actually physically open diversion now down here. Diversion desktop. Okay, then, any day. Any day now. Or can it not open while Unreal's open? I don't know, maybe. Oh, no, there it is. Okay, so... New repository. Create a new repository. Create from existing folder. And then this always takes forever to load, which is annoying. Fetching, yeah, hopefully we get this set up soon, but we'll answer some questions here for now. We could have energy and batteries be tied. Ooh, yeah, the better you are at the game, the more free cash you'll have. Oh, so we're adding skill to this now. Nice, okay. Tree is empty. You're effing empty. Repository name. I swear to God. How do you do this? Again. Here we go. Connector revision control, diversion. Diversion is not installed. Do I have to do DV start or something like that? And I think it's this. It's like DV start. Nope. I can't remember how you do that. Creates... Or do you have to have this repository name? We need a name for our game. But we'll just call it like, you know... What do you guys think? I feel the same way after I thought I knew how to set up revision with GitHub. Yeah, right. Streets of Grumpy, Bionic Smash. Ooh, Bionic Smash is a good idea. I like that one. I think this is a pollable thing. So I'll wait for a couple to come in here, and then I'll put it up for poll. What if you paid for each game, like in the Calling 2? Spagooter? Is that how you say your name? That's funny. Also, if you want TG, I can volunteer to do model every once in a while. Might need someone to texture it or animate it afterwards. Yeah, man, that sounds awesome. Ragebots. That's pretty close to... what was that show that was on in the late 90s in the afternoon? It was like BattleBots or something like that. That shit was badass. Huh. You can model A. Yeah, right? Robot Wars. Yeah, that's not a bad one. Robot Wars, Bionic Smash, Streets of Grumpy. Sorry, Squeeb says Gurren Lagann is an anime of ridiculous proportions, so no worries if I don't recognize it. Yeah, I've watched quite a few animes, but yeah, there's some I just haven't seen. But Roboticide, that's ooh, Technophobia. Ah, that's pretty good. Okay, all right. We'll start some here. So, just gonna rate these out. Then we got Roboticide, Robot Wars. I like how our game's getting an identity now. It's good. Bionic Smash. And I can only do 4. So there, we'll start that poll. You guys can let me know what you want the game to be called. Obviously, we can change it later if it's not really fitting what we're got here, right? All right. So we got a 3-way tie here. So we'll see what comes out of it. But in the meantime here in Unreal, you know, we'll see. Yeah, whatever. Disable it then. Okay, so I want our startup level to not be this, so I'm going to change that in the project settings as well. In maps and modes. Editor startup map, we'll say, is our level combat. Okay. So we'll just open that up now. Save. Okay, so we're going to do a health component now. This shouldn't be too bad. We obviously need to make it modular for everybody. So let's get started on that. So we'll go contents. Roboticide. Which one do I like? Can I vote? No, I can't vote. I personally like Bionic Smash. I think that one. Yeah, I like that one. It's just, yeah, and our game's gonna be kind of like, because we had a poll last time, realistic or fast-paced or whatever, so fast-paced Bionic Smash kind of goes together. Roboticide, I think, would potentially turn people off, just with the hint of, you know, the G aside one, because I can't say that on stream or else I'll get, you know, in trouble. Technophobia could be a lot of different things. Robot Wars is interesting enough. No one likes that one, though. That's just my personal opinion. Robot Wars, I think, gives off a different vibe than what the game would actually be. Right? Because, like, Robot Wars, you know, it might be a mech game or something, right? And then everyone's like, oh, you're a dude? Okay. Right? But Bionic Smash is good, yeah. Technically, you should be able to vote. No, I can't. I mean, I created the poll, so I can't vote on it. Sirius nailed it, yeah. Are you getting enough sleep? Are you who knows? The last couple nights... Last night I got good sleep, but the couple nights before that I didn't. I've been fighting him on... Oh, yeah. The $675 man. Used to be the $1 million man, now he's just $675. Bionic Smash. How many votes we got in? 16? What do we got? 29 people watching? Oh, I'll wait till it gets to 20. When it gets to 20, then I'll call it. In the meantime here... 17. I mean, is there any way the other ones can win at this point? Unless everybody votes now, but... So, we have the technology, we can rebuild him, but the budget is very tight. Yeah. Okay, so let's create this health component inside of... Systems. Sprinting, we'll make a new folder. Health... You know what? Sorry, let's not do that. Sorry, instead of deleting it, we'll just rename it to components. I don't know, components, how do you guys want this filing system? Right? Because, like, lower section mod, what's this again? Oh, okay. Oh, right, this is the assets we downloaded for the building pieces. So let's make a new folder too called level design. And we'll put some stuff in here. By the way, yeah, I guess we'll fucking load 200 and some assets and slow the fucking thing down. 17 votes still, 47. I don't know if any of the other ones can win. Unreal likes shallow filing systems, so I've heard. Yeah, I know. Well, actually, it's more to do with C++ has a character limit. It's hard to explain, but it's like they have a character limit, so it's like if your file names are too long, it like when it compiles all of the file names into like one thing. If that character limit exceeds a certain amount, then it doesn't compile properly. You can change the amount, which is what I had to do. It took me like a day and a half when I was first learning it to figure that out, but anyways, so no one else is voting, so I'm just gonna end it there. Bionic Smash, name of our game. Copy that. Get rid of run. Bionic Smash. Oh yeah, right. Smash. Create. The tree is empty. I'll create a new folder. How about that? Creates. Well, now you won't let me choose. Good God. This is super annoying. Search for local agent seems to be down. Please run DV in your command line or start agent. Yeah, well, yeah, just fucking start agent. How about that? That's probably why it wasn't working. But yes, okay, and then we'll rename some stuff too. But anyways, yeah. So the shallow filing systems, I'm gonna go with that for sure. So what's in prototyping? Just meshes. This folder is going to get deleted anyway, pretty much. But we'll put level prototyping and level design. And there's our splash screen. Oh, you fucker. Okay. Diversion is the best one. Why won't you work? Yeah, yeah. Eating my own words here. So, yeah, once I get this set up, I think I gotta add everybody to the actual project so they can work on it if you wanted to work on it in some way. All right, and then we'll need some sort of project management type thing as well. We'll figure all that out. But anyways, I think I did start the agent. I'm not really sure, but all right. Anyways, back to this level prototyping, level design. Move here. Please don't break. Okay, you broke. Okay, I guess we can't do that. It doesn't like it. So, I think how many? How many do I get in the free version of? Network air. You get... Doesn't... Yes, I do. I just want to see when the 100 gigabyte storage add-on. Oh, okay, that's pretty good then. I've only used 10% of it. It won't close that other thing, that's annoying. Oh, computer's not working well with me today, I guess. File, edit, history. Oh my god. Okay, I gotta like force quit it because it won't close that window. End task. Okay. Super annoying. Anyways. All right, screw that. Let's just do some Unreal. It's what you guys are watching too, right? So, let's... Systems. I don't think I have anything in here yet. So we'll delete components. Sprinting. We'll move this. We'll make a components folder. And then we'll go back to system sprinting components, move here. So I will show you guys this. I will delete those folders as well. Third person. This is the most annoying part, is that we have third person and then this variant combat thing, so we'll have to clean that up as well. Another thing we can do is, like, we'll do this later in the project, but we can disable plugins we're not going to use, because that way our game size stays lower as well. But anyway, so I've moved a bunch of stuff around, especially when we're working in a team. We'll need to make sure that nobody's logged in, and then we'll need to go over here, content, update, redirect references. Basically, when you move a file in Unreal Engine, it'll create a ghost file called a redirector. So basically, when the engine tries to access something in its original spot, it'll say, oh, hey, it moved over here, and then it'll go to that spot instead. But this can break stuff later. So, but if you update redirector references while people are actively working in the project, it's going to break it for them. So, I've heard that Epic on the Christmas break, when everybody's at home, whatever, they update redirector references at that point because they know nobody's logged in. It's not going to get screwed up or whatever the case is. So, we'll delete unreferenced redirectors. Sweet, done. Okay. Yay, D is still up in the live streams. Is it? Yeah, I saw you showing updated redirectors. Nice. Yeah, I got yeah, D was a test stream, so is it up? Is it this stream that's up? On D? I gotta look. Apparently my stream quality is low. What do you mean? Please use a keyframe frequency of 4 seconds or less. Currently keyframes are not being sent often enough. Okay. Well, I have it at auto keyframing, so that's super strange. If I go to settings, can I change that now? Will it affect the stream? Let's see. We'll do every 2 seconds, I guess. Okay, we'll see how that looks. But anyways, so Eripa, does the stream look okay for you guys, or what? Open source game, yeah, pretty much. If you guys want to contribute to it in any way, like 100%, it's a community game, right? So you guys can help out with that. So, all right, I'm gonna get back to the OBS. Your stream looks fine. Okay, well, I'm not gonna worry about it then. All right, so in components, we got our sprint component, but we're gonna make a new blueprint class actor component, which is gonna be called BPC Health. But what if we spelled health correctly in this community game? I always tease King Boris for his typing, but I mean, mine's probably just as bad. I just look at mine before I send it, I guess. I don't know. But, okay, so, of course, we're going to create some event dispatchers. One called, you know, heal, we'll say. Right, heal. Damaged, we'll call, and death. Yeah, I think that's it for now. So anyways, we'll, for both heal and, you know what, screw that. Instead of, do we want to just do one event dispatcher for heal and damaged and just call it health updates? Maybe we'll do that instead, yeah. Health update. Okay, this will have an input for a float variable. Called health. Sorry, we'll say amount. I wonder if we should... No, you know what? I'm sorry. Let's say current health. Oh, I see. Current health. I need to step away for 30 seconds, and so just give me 2 secs here. Yeah, I'll be right back, everybody, so don't go anywhere. We're going to be, yeah, I'll be 30 to a minute. I just got to go downstairs and grab something here quick. Alrighty. And where's my last stream? There it is. Okay. Okay, we're back here. So, damn, that was fast. Well, yeah, I did say 30 seconds to a minute. So I just had to grab a medication. So, anyways, so we're back. Let's focus on this. So, health update. Current health will be afloat. Okay, and I see David says, "No, don't leave me, senpai." You're supposed to, when I come back, you're supposed to say, oh, I can't, oh man, my brain stopped working there, sorry. Anyway, sorry, David says, it's a blueprint project for now, but will be C++ eventually when we add gas, yes. Okay, yeah, that's, thank you. Okari nasai, yeah. Diversion, I'm just looking to see if there's anything else I missed. We can keep the folder for now. Yeah, okay, so I just missed a few things, but alright, I'm all back here. Okari nasai. Genki desu ka? I just love that that's a response and it's an acceptable social response in Japanese. Anyways, so current health, death, I don't think needs anything. Okay, so the event dispatchers, of course, will be based on what we want the owner to do when that event happens. So obviously death will be different based on our player or whatever the robots are. So health updates, we can just trigger. Yes, I know exactly how we're going to do this. For the player, obviously we're going to update the UI, so we'll do health updates. We'll send the current health over to the, or we'll fire that event off in the player, and then we'll probably use like the async system, which I'm going to enable right now because that's just the best effing system of all time. Async message, so it's an experimental, but we'll see how it goes. Yes, yeah, no, whatever. Restart, sure, why not? Right. Hi, Genki desu ka? Yeah. When I was taking a 911 call once, and I got a caller who spoke Japanese, as he's really struggling in English to try to explain what he wanted. So I asked if he wanted a translator, and he said yes. So I said, okay, one moment. So legally, I can't translate for any languages because obviously we have a recording, so they're recording what I'm saying in English, and then the translator is basically on the hook if something were not translated correctly, whatever the case is. It's a whole BS legal liability thing. Anyway, so long story short, so I got this Japanese translator on the line, and I speak enough Japanese to have a conversation with somebody. So, you know, I'm asking all these questions in English, and it's like, how old are you? And then I could hear the translator. He's, oh, Nansai desu ka, right? And then it's like he's responding to me, and it's just like I'm already typing all the answers out before the translator even tells me what he's saying. That was a cool experience, to be honest. But do we want this to be replicated? We did talk about that. We did talk about that a couple streams ago. I think AAA said he wanted it. He was interested in this being replicated so that we could do a co-op-y thing. You know? I think it'd be good. Oh, I was replying to Nat. Yeah. So, yes, we could make this replicated. What is the async message subsystem? I did make a... Well, actually, I made a kind of a video on it, but essentially you use gameplay tags to communicate an event happened, and then you can subscribe to those. It's basically like an event dispatcher and an interface at the same time. So, yeah, I'll showcase it off maybe in this stream here because I don't think we'll do the UI today, but we can get it maybe set up a little bit. But yeah, so you broadcast that something happened, and you attach a gameplay tag to it and a payload of data, and then on the other side you subscribe to that particular gameplay tag. So when that gameplay tag has a broadcast, then it fires off an event, and then gives you the payload. So it's freaking awesome. Yeah, we were in our component. Let's go back into there. So I'll showcase that a little bit afterwards. Unless... No, but we'll do that in our owner. Yeah, okay. Anyways, so we'll make some variables now. So obviously... What are all these? Oh, I have shown inherited variables on, that's why. This will be current health. Do we want to add shield in here? That is a question I have for everybody, and I'll put that as a poll. Should we have shield? Question mark. We'll say enemies and players. And start poll. Where's Happy? He's sad today. He ain't here, right? Right. Okay, so we got current health and max health. I'm sure we'll make that upgradable at some point, right? So we will make these instance editable, obviously. And let's see here. Current health, max health, dead. We need that variable, right? Boolean. To confirm if we're dead or not. And we'll make more as we go, and then we'll probably make shield here, because we have, let's see here, let me open this up. 8 votes in. I'm pretty sure 8 votes and 12%, that's only one person that said no. Shields for the enemies, for sure, I think would be a good idea. For the player, I mean, you're a bionic human, that could be an upgrade, possibly, right? So, yeah, I mean... Only 8 votes, and there's 31 people watching, but so I'll wait till we get 8 more votes in, and then we'll make that decision. If it gets to 12 votes and if they're all yes, then I mean I'll just end it there because I don't think it's possible for that to recover at that point. So, okay, so we're gonna be making some functions. I'm sure you guys can tell me in the comments why we're going to be using functions instead of events. And so you can tell me in the comments below. Oh, one more person said no, you don't think we should have shield. Okay, yep. When you ask, do we want shields, my mind went straight to Minecraft. Oh, really? Okay. I mean, for shields, specifically for enemies, I mean, your robots, you got some energy cores of some variety, right? Obviously, you would think some of them would have some sort of barrier or shield or something like that you have to take out before you start doing some critical damage or something like that, right? Organizing code functions for the win. That's Titan. We actually are going to use functions in this case because functions you can call and output data, basically output data from that function in other blueprints, right? So I can go into my sprint one, I can call a function in here and get the function input. Get the function output. So I can just get the data straight in that other blueprint from whatever blueprint this function belongs to. And then for events, obviously you can call other events in other blueprints, but you don't get the reciprocating outputs or any of the stuff that happens in that event, right? So, okay, we got 14 votes. Yeah, I'm gonna end it there. I think shields wins. So we'll say current shield. Do we want the shield to be rechargeable? Or do we want the shield to break I mean, I'm thinking of other cool things, but again, scope creep is going to be super real on this game because everyone's going to want a bunch of different stuff. And we need to ship this game at some point, so we don't want to make too many things. All right, so current health, current shield. Very good. Hit compile, so let's make those functions. So we'll have one for gaining health. And of course, that'll have an input for health. We'll say health to add. Of course, that is a floats. Okay. Yeah, we'll do all the percent calculations in the HUD for the progress bar. Okay, so health to add. I don't think there's anything else we need in here. So yeah, this one, you know, this is like one of the first things you learn when you do an Unreal Engine, right? So we're going to obviously health to add. We're going to add our health to current health. And then we're going to clamp this. Frickin' stupid tooltip. Clamp floats. There we go. The minimum will be 0 and the max will be our max health. So we don't want to go above our max health, obviously. So, and then we'll set our current health. Perfect. So that's literally it, I think. I don't think anything else needs to go in here as far as I'm aware. Yeah, so we'll hit a return node here. We'll return our current health if we need it elsewhere in the game somewhere. Okay. Alright, so we'll do another one for take damage. And then the shield one will be interesting because that'll be kind of newish, right? So take damage, obviously we'll say damage. And we need to is it minus current health from damage? I'm just trying to remember how this goes. Yeah, because then it'll be negative. So yeah, it's got to be current health minus damage. And then of course we'll clamp that once again. And I mean we'll plug in max health even though it doesn't matter because we're not negatively going past max health. So and then we'll set our current health again. Okay, what do we need to do after we hit get our set our current health? Wait, did I not end this poll? Oh, I thought I did. Oh, it's struggling. Okay. Maybe we can do something like Fortnite where there's a rechargeable shield and a main shield. Rechargeable shield and a main shield. Well, we can go into the battery thing like Real Time was saying earlier where we get batteries and it just recharges our shield. And what, yeah, again, scope creep. I'm just, you know, I'm afraid of adding too many things and we just never finish this game. But anyways, so, yeah, after we set our current health, we got to check and make sure that it's, if it's 0. This is 0, we're dead. Right? I'll make a function called death. Okay, whoops. We died. Oh shit, you know what? I should be doing regular, or proper, you know, protocols in here, right? No spaces, F's in front of this, right? This also makes all your functions easier to find, I found, as well, because you just type F, and then it pretty much comes up, right? Okay, so, sorry, back to take damage. So if our thing equals 0s, we died, right? That's what we're going to do. And then we'll get a return node. And we'll output our current health once again. Okay. I better change that, though, to new health. Okay. Yeah, that's good. We'll do this function now. So if we die, guess what? We gotta call that function and just set our thing as dead, eh? Yeah. Alright, so we're dead. And we're gonna call death. What else do we gotta do in here? Oh, you know what we should do? As well, in both of these, both gain health and take damage, is we should confirm if we're dead. right? So we'll get this, convert it to a branch, and then confirm if we're not dead. Because if we're not dead, then we can gain some health. If we're dead, womp bump bono, right? Where's that? There it is. Anyways, so that makes sense to me. Take damage, same thing. We don't want to... I mean, does it matter, though? You can't go below 0. I mean, we'll put it in because we're good game devs, right? So, convert to branch. False, done. Okay. So, there's a I don't even know what to call it, but a lot of people only want to come out of the true branch, and in my personal opinion, I would rather come out of what makes sense for the code. Do you know what I mean? So it's just like, I don't want to be dead, so I want that to be false, right? Getting this dead and just doing the not, I don't know if you can even convert this. No, you can't. So then you'd have to get a branch, right? And then now you're coming out of the true branch. You're not dead. Perfect. I don't know. I don't personally like that. I would just come out of what makes sense to me. I don't know how you guys prefer to do it. I also don't know if that's a programming thing, So if there's any programmers in chat, I'd love to know what you guys think of that. Or if that's what's being taught or whatever the case is. So this is just how my brain works, right? I'm following along my code and I see like, oh yeah, we don't want to be dead, so that should be false, right? So that just makes sense to me. It's easier for me to follow along. Do once. Low health warning. We can do that. The low health warning I would do in the UI, though. I wouldn't do here. This is just tracking your health, right? Check death. Yeah, check death is right here, right? So I think that was just the answer to the question I was asking, right? Do once know, because sometimes it triggers if you shoot the dead body. You know what we should do, actually, in this... We died. Hang on. Get owner. And we want to set can be damaged to false. That's what we're going to do. Look at that. Right? Mind you, we can... Well, actually, there. So we can't be damaged after we die. That works out, right? Because we're going to be using the apply damage thing, right? So we apply damage, right? So we're going to be using this system. So every single... If you inherit from actor, you have this. So that's everything that's going to be basically doing damage to us or can be damaged. It has this feature inside of it, okay? So that solves that problem. Yep, better solution, perfect. I just use either, which is no biggie for me, which I used, yeah. It's generally better to write code whichever way is easiest to read for future you or other devs, unless you are trying to hyper-optimize for a good reason. Always choose readability for code. Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's why a lot of people choose blueprints, is because it's easier to read, right? So, another good thing is to start comment boxing your stuff. So, sets dead to true and calls death event in owner. And then, obviously... sets, I mean, this is all obvious. There's 3 nodes. You can figure out what's going on just by looking at it, but sets can be damaged after death to false. Okay, perfect. And then add a little color in our lives, right? Mind you, death event should be like, right? Okay, we died. Perfect. Damage. So we'll do this. We'll say, take damage which doesn't go below 0. Right? And then this is... Did we die? That's a red one. Dun, 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 dun. And then we'll make this orange, because damage ain't good, but we ain't dead yet, right? So... Alright, and gain health, we'll just say, yeah, just add health. Health up to max health. And that'll be green, because we like health in our game. Right? Alright, compile that. Okay, let's do the shield. The shield will be a little bit more fun, because especially the damage. Right, so we'll do gain shield first. And then we'll, same thing with an input of... gain, shield add, we'll call it. Is the stream breaking? Is it? I have it as excellent on here. Yeah, okay, good. Always write a note on the branch note, sometimes like is dead. Yeah, you know what? I actually do that. I just didn't do that here exactly. Right here. Yeah, so because it's, you know, you have to take an extra second just to read what's happening here. But yeah, I just add a node comment, just say is health 0. Right? That's what that branch is checking. So you can just say is health 0, and then you're like, oh yeah, that makes sense, right? So 100%. Are we dead? Right? Same thing here. Are we dead? And we did take damage, did that one. Gain shield, we haven't done yet. And then what was the other one? We died. There's nothing, there's no branches in there, right? Yeah. Okay, anyways, gain shield. Pretty much the same thing as, we could have probably just duplicated the other one, but, you know. And clamp. Clamp floats, and it'll be max shield, and minimum of 0, and then we'll set current shield. Okay, and then, return node. Nothing special about this one. It's the next one that has the special stuff. Okay, and oh, you know what? I just realized health update should also have current shield as well. Yeah, there we go. Because we want to output that. So, all right, this will say new shield. And that's it. Okay, so now we're going to do the shield one. Damage, damage shield. Okay, and then I gotta stick to my naming conventions here. Okay, so damage shield, same thing, we're gonna have damage here. Then we're gonna have an output for remaining damage. And another one for new shield. Okay, so yeah, obviously we're going to take damage on our shield, and then we're going to want to, if our shield only has, you know, 25 hit points and we took 50 points of damage, we're going to want to send the 25 remaining over to the health to get taken out of there, right? So, obviously for damage here, current shield, again, minus damage. And we'll clamp once again, clamp floats. So this will be set current shield, but we got to do this a little bit differently. What we got to do here is we got to do some mathage, right? So we got to say, does our damage, is it greater than our current shield, right? Is incoming damage greater than remaining shield? I spelled shield wrong. I before E, goddammit. Alright, there we go. So, if it's false, we do this, right? We do what we would normally do. New shield. Let's do, yeah, current shield. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so then if it is greater, that means that our shield's going to be 0, and we're going to minus the current shield from the damage, or the other way around? No, the other way around, sorry. So it'll be current shield, and we'll get damage, the function input. Okay, the little F there, meaning the function inputs. TG, you added current health instead of current shield, did I? Where? Current shield, current shield, current shield. Did I do the other one? I did. Thank you. Whoops. Current shield, shield, shield. Great. Okay, thanks, David, once again. David was promoted to a lord in the Discord because of all the errors he catches me doing. It was on my side, it was on a VPN. Oh yeah, for sure. Okay, so current shield minus the damage. That is going to be a local variable now called remaining health. Or what should we call it? We shouldn't call it the same as the output. Leftover damage. You can have the sloppy second damage health. Anyways. So we'll set that here. So leftover damage. Then we're going to set current shield to 0. And then we're going to plug that in, right? Yes. And then plug this leftover damage local variable in, which will be 0 by default. But if we do apply damage, then it'll be fine. So, okay, that should work fine. Does anyone have any questions on anything we've done? If anything that's not clear? So we'll say, first off, we'll damage shield. And then we'll just say finds we'll say unapplied damage value to send over to the health. You know what we should do? Shit. We should put that in here. We shouldn't have this as an output. Remaining damage. We should do that take damage right here. Like we have the function already, right? Oops. There. So, new shield, perfect, leftover, excellent. Okay, so that, and then health updates. Where should that be called? Because we would double call it here, unless we do this. Let's do health update right here, call. And then current health we will plug in here. Current shield here. So we'll call that there, and then inside take damage, we will call it right here. Health updates. Just one sec, there we go. And then current health, current shield. I'm just going to copy this node so I don't have to do it again. Do all that again. Copy that. Gain shield. Yeah, we'll do the health update right here. We died. That's, you don't have to do it in there. Gain shield, take damage. We did it in there. Gain health right here. Okay, and Nos, I think, asked what the async system subsystem is or whatever. Well, I'll show him that in this video. Don't worry about that. So, I think that's it. Okay, so those are instance editable. These should be instance editable as well. Compile. Do we have to do anything else? We already have a health system in the game, but I just didn't like it how it was implemented. I think he put it right in the... Whoever made the what's it called? This combat character base. Yeah, I don't even... Yeah, so... Oh, yeah, we put this stam in there. That's right. But where's his health? That's what I want to know. Where is it getting its health component from? Or this health information from? Did he... Why would he put it in the player? That wouldn't make any sense. Player doesn't have any data in it, but... Huh. Camera? No, actually not camera. Components. Oh, he does have it straight in the character. Yeah, that's garbage. That should not be a thing. Okay, so we're gonna reuse this though. So, well, first off, let's add that component in. So BPC health. And sorry, I'll look and see if anyone had any questions. Restore function for shield. Oh, like a trickle heal. Yeah. Okay. Yes, you're right. 100%. So That needs to go in the event graph. We'll do that as a custom event. And the reason it's got to be an event graph is because we need to use a lerp node in order for that to, or sorry, a f-interp, probably, to make that smoothly go from A to B. And you need to do that with a set event by timer. So we're going to say, you know, hold on. Fuck this custom event. Let's do this. Come on, I want you, okay? And then we will events. So when we call our own event, yeah, then we'll set timer by events. Or set timer by, no, it has to be set timer by events. And then we'll get a custom event here. Or we'll create events, sorry. And create matching events. Update health progress. Okay. So we'll do that, and we'll just put it here for whatever reason. Okay, so let's get sorry, an f-interp. I think I got to do it here. Interp. I can't remember what the frick it's called. F-interp right here. So, how many people are familiar with interp nodes? Because I just was doing a one-on-one with Eddie yesterday, and he had a logic where one of his things was rotating in 90-degree increments, and he had a pretty, you know, sketty looking setup. And we basically used an f-interp node, or sorry, it was an r-interp node for rotation, and cleaned his graph up like substantially. Like it went from, I think it was like 30 nodes to like 10 or something like that. Have you ever tried a retriggerable delay? Yes, I have. I use that for UI, to be honest. If you, like, for example, if you have like one of those banners that comes off to the sides, like you've picked up X amount of items, right? I had a retriggerable delay for 5 seconds. After 5 seconds, that UI plays the animation to slide out. But if you picked up another item of the same type, then it would retrigger that delay to start over. That's like something example I would use those. Okay, so f-interp 2. So the current will be our old health. This should be in a function then. And we gotta, yeah, shit. Current health should be valid at this point for the targets. We'll do that. We will have to now create another variable called, you know, old health and old shield, because we need something that has the old health data plugged in here, right? I don't know about most of the interp nodes. I've used f-interp for pawn movement. It's so good. Yeah, so interp nodes are freaking awesome. It has a built-in ease in, ease out, and it gets you from one point to the other over a set amount of time. The one thing that people get wrong about these is they don't realize that it needs to be constantly triggered in order for it to work, right? If you just try to one-shot it, it's not going to work unless you have it the interp speed set to 0. That means it just jumps right to the end, which defeats the purpose of this whole thing. So, yes, let's just get this set up here. So in gain health, if we're not dead, we need to get our current health. We have it here. So we'll get our current health and set our old health right away. That's the first thing we're going to do. Then we'll do all the changes. Okay, so that's fine. And then same thing with take damage. If we're not dead, we are going to get our current health and set our old health. Okay. Gain shield, same thing. Old shield. Whoops. I thought I was pushing Alt, but I was pushing the start key. Old shield will be this. Look at this sketty mess already, everybody. We died. We don't care. Damage shield. We do care. Old shield. Current shield. Okay, there. So we have all that data correct now. So back in the event graph, here's how it works. So this is one for health, and we need one for shield as well. So let's go. We will make this a function. So let's collapse to function, and we'll call this update health progress, I guess. Okay, and then we'll duplicate that after and make it for shield as well. Okay, so this will be old health. So we're gonna go from our old health value to our current health value. Okay, and what is the node that makes things go between 0 and 1? Is it normalize? I think it is. Normalize to range. 1 and 0. Right? Because this is specifically for a UI, right? We don't care about necessarily anything to do with, like, if it instantly changed from 75 to 50 health, like, that doesn't affect us, right? But this is specifically for UI. The progress bar in UI needs to be between 0 and 1. I think normalized to range is the right node. David says it works like a timeline. Kind of. So it doesn't work exactly like a timeline. Timeline, you can manipulate a curve over time, whereas the f-interp, you're saying, hey, go from this current value to this target value over a specific amount of time. Okay. But anyways, normalized to range doesn't work. Okay, yeah, I thought it was normalizer. It's got another name. What's the name of it? Range and float? I don't know if that is the one, is it? Returns a true if the value... No, yeah, I don't want that one. Let's get the other one. Returns a normalized value given range 20 normalized to range 10 to 50 would result in 0.25. Yes, this is the node I want. Right? Because it's taking whatever these values are. Oh, hang on. Oh, it currently doesn't work. Okay. Well, we'll do the conversion inside of the UI widget then instead. Okay, so this. Okay, so let's continue. So delta time, we're gonna get world. Fuck off. Delta seconds. Okay, this for those who don't know, this will ensure that this movement is the same amount of physical time on everybody's machines, regardless of your frame rate. Okay, that's what this does. Not going to really matter in our case because it's UI's local and only anyway, but we still need some way of tracking real time so that we can execute this whole thing. Okay, here's how it works. So let's go current health. Shit, hey? We maybe shouldn't set current health in our functions then. Well, actually, fuck, we need to. Because the enemies aren't necessarily going to have a UI bar, are they? Or maybe they are. Yeah, I guess they are. Because they have them in this game, right? If we go and, playtest over here. I think I deleted the spawns. Oh, no, I didn't. Enemy spawner. Like, I'm pretty sure the enemies have a health bar above them, so maybe we do that then. So instead of current health, let's make another one called, new health or health target. Let's call it that. And shield target. And we'll replace those with the health targets. Okay. New health, sure. Maybe we shouldn't call health update here then. Right? That doesn't make sense now. So compile. And then we'll go to take damage. There's current health, so that'll be health targets. And we won't do this here. We'll do that on the other function there. I'm retarded. That means that it wouldn't even call that event then, which is the whole point. We'll have to make another one then, another function, dispatcher, sorry. So sorry, I lied, we should be doing this in all of our stuff. Because yeah, then it'll trigger this event and the time. So okay, this is how they work, so we gotta have looping true. Okay, so like I said, this has to be updated constantly. So here's how it works. So the interp speed is how much value you're applying to, basically how much progress you're applying from current to targets. So if I put 10 here, and our old health is 0, for example, and our current health, our target health is 100, that should get replaced with target health. Set current health, right? Then it's going to take 10 times of triggering this node in order for us to get from 0 to 10. So hopefully that makes sense, right? TG, look above, just divide the output by the max health. Yeah, no, I know that. I'll do that in the widget, in the widgets, I should say. Just, yeah, I don't want to do that in here. But normalized to range was right. Yeah, didn't know about that one. Just divide the output map by max health. Yeah, see above, TG look. Yeah, okay, there you go. Yeah, no, that is the right way to do it. To divide this current health by max health, but we're going to do that in the widget because we're doing all this calculations in here now. But anywho's, let's do it like, let's do 1. So we're going to knock off 1 HP every time this is triggered. Okay? So that's how it works. Back in our event graph, the timer is going to control how often we trigger this node. So do we want to do it every second? Do we want to do it every 10th of a second? Let's do every 10th of a second. Let's see what that looks like. Okay. Well, yeah, we're going to get this all working by the end of the stream. It's going to be great. Okay, so health, update health progress. I think that's all we need to do, except does our current health equal our health target? This is checking to see if we've reached our target, which is important. We actually don't need this branch. We just need a return node. Which is important because we need to be able to stop and reset the timer when our target has been reached. Okay, so we're going to duplicate this now and call it update shield progress. And this will all get replaced with all the shield stuff. So old shield, shield targets, and shield targets, and current shield. And that's exactly the same. Okay, so now in our event graph, we're going to want to update our shield first. Okay, so we'll just say wonder if we should have a Boolean here for shield empty or something. Shield down, how about that? Okay, so shield down, we'll check that value here, but we got to set that value in all of our stuff here. So gain shield, we're going to say shield down, set that to false, obviously. The default should be set in the event graph, which we'll do in a second. Gain, where's damage shield? Right here. Right here, we should say shield down true. Right? Yay, validated. Yeah. I like that. I have that. I have it like that with stamina. You get tired, it regens slower. Oh yeah, nice. That's cool, man. What was I doing here? Sorry, back in the event graph, I think we should set event begin play. We should check if we have current shield is greater than 0, basically. Right? And then if we do, then we're going to set shield down to false. This is, sorry, this is what we'll do here. Yeah, there we go. And then shield false. Cool. Is it greater than 0? Yes. Shield not down if it, okay, there. Sorry, I had it backwards. Current shield is greater than 0. Yes. Shield down false. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Good. His brain was not working there for a second. Okay, so first we will check if our shield is down. If that is true, then we are going to update our health progress instead. Okay? And then we are going to get the other one here, update shield progress. It should be the other way around, guys, of course. Shield down. No, I'm wrong. There we go. Shield down, true. Then we're going to update our health progress because we don't have any shield to take away from. If our shield isn't down, then that will update our shield one. Okay, so we'll get a branch out of both of these. Or we could, yeah, we'll get a branch out of both of these, and then we're going to promote this to a variable. We'll just call this health update timer. Okay, and then we'll come over here and we'll clear and validate timer by handle times 2 if this is true. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense for everybody. We're going to, every 10th of a second when this is triggered, we are going to fire this off, check if our shield is down, and if it isn't, we're going to take shield away every second, like 1 point of damage every 0.10 seconds. And once we've reached our target, shield target, that means that we have finished our interp, and then we're going to clear this timer to stop this event from firing again and just continue to run for no reason. Okay, and then same thing with health. If we don't have shield, then we're going to update our health and do the same thing and then clear the timer when we've reached our target. Okay, so we'll update health and shield in UI. We'll say with interp. Okay, we'll do green for that. And we do need to actually physically update our UI though as well, so we got to move this down, and now we'll do that async then I was telling you guys about. Okay, so first off, just so everybody's aware that is watching right now, if you make gameplay tags, they get saved to your config folder. So if we go to this game developments, community game, wherever that is. Where the hell is it? There it is, TG community game. So in the config folder, default, I think it's default engine. Yeah, that's, let's see, let's open that up. I don't see it in here, so maybe it's not in here. Or maybe it's default editor. Balance false. Look at all the stuff in here that's set in our project. Gameplay. Cannot find gameplay. How about tags? Nope. Okay, so I guess you don't have that in here either. Default input, default game. Setting general project. Nope. Maybe you have to, well, there's already game tags created. So anyways, we'll figure that out here right now. So we're going to get a node called broadcast QA sync message for broadcast. Okay, so I'm going to move this down some more here. And I guess I got to move this down and move this down, etc., etc. Okay, so move that down. All right, so message ID. This seems different than make async. Okay, yeah, make async message ID. So this is an internal tag message. Here's your gameplay tags. We're going to manage those. We're going to create a new gameplay tag base class called gameplay. Sorry, we'll say events. Okay, you must special. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Default gameplay tags.ini. Sure. Okay, so we'll add this tag, events. So now we've created a parent tag called events, and now we can right-click and add subtag, and now we'll say update health. And then we'll make more subtags. No, we won't. Sorry, I lied. We'll make another subtag here called update shield. Okay. Just trying to think how to separate the enemies from the players at this point. So when we send this broadcast message out, how does the UIs know that it's their player, the player character, or the enemy that just got hit, or whatever the case is? So the payload will have to have something in regards to verifying who it is. Right? So, anyways. Let's, Well, first off, so this is how it works. So we're going to update our health here. Think of this like a radio, like a podcast, okay? So, you know, when you, I don't know how many of you guys have done podcasts or anything like that, but when you do a podcast, you have to update what's called an RSS feed. Essentially, it's like a one point of contact where you're like, hey, here's my new podcast episode. And then the RSS feed broadcasts that to Spotify, to Apple Music, or wherever the hell, you know, all the places where you can find podcasts. It'll broadcast that, hey, here's our new episode, podcast episode, and then all of the stations that where you have your podcast hosted will be updated with that information. So that's essentially how this works. So this is saying, hey, anybody who's listening for this tag, fire your events off, and then the payload will be the amount of the stuff that you want in there, right? So this is a... Can I make instance struct? I can. Wildcard. So in this case, we don't need to make an actual struct because we only have one value, which in this case is our current health. So we can plug this in, and it's gonna... Oh, it's not gonna work. That's fine. We will... I'll delete this then, and we'll make a struct. So we'll go data... blueprint structure, and we'll just say s underscore, we'll call it health. Yeah, we'll call it health events. How about that? It's going to literally have a float called, you know, health, sure. Okay, floats, save, and then we'll go back to our thing, and then we'll drag out of there. And we'll get S space. Do I have to compile maybe? Or I can just get S health, what did I call it? Interesting. Oh yeah, sorry, I have to make a health. There it is, sorry about that. And then, how the hell does this work? What is this? Instance struct whatever. So I have to make this, I'm sure. Make instance struct. There we go. Okay, so we do need this node. Get in there, buddy. Like, how many times have I had to drag that in there and it's like, nah, right? Anyways, there we go. Okay, so we got our current health plugged in there, which is going to go into the payload. Desired endpoint, I haven't used this. I don't know what it is or what it does, but it works without it, so I'm not going to worry about it. Okay, so won't worry about success, and we're going to do this all over again down here for shield. The message ID, we will make async message ID, and we're going to select shield this time. Update shield. There we go. Okay. Payload, we're just going to make instance. We're going to do this again and then just plug in shield this time. Current shield. There we go. Okay. So a little roundy-boundy way of doing it. Probably could make that a global macro, to be honest, or a function. I might do that, like, because, yeah, this is super silly and roundabouty. So I'm going to copy that. Let's make a blueprint function library right now. Okay, and blueprint function library. We'll just say BPFL underscore, standard, I guess, functions. Okay, so this is going to be broadcast async message paste. Okay, this will just be a generic, we'll call it payload. Okay, and we'll do struct. Can you just get a basic structure without any data in it? You know what I mean? So, No, that's not what I want. Is anyone, we are queuing async message for the UI. Yes, that's right. Are you sending a float asynchronously? Yes, exactly. So so maybe it can't go in here. No, it should be fine. Yeah, no, it should be fine. You can make a struct that contains an actor and health data for the... Yeah, we could. 100%. It sucks because I wanted this in here because this is annoying. And I don't know what to plug in here to this wildcard to return an instance struct. So this might just be a waste of my time then at this point. Structure. Because the structure is a blueprint... like, you can point to it, right? So... shit. Okay, well, forget it. This is a waste of time then. There's no point in doing this if... we have to just do that every time anyway. So, anyways, back to this. Yeah, it's just messy. That's why I don't like it. Can I collapse this to a macro? Probably. Or not a pure function, but yeah, whatever. We'll leave it. It's fine. We'll just make another note here. What the frick happened there, everybody? Oh my god, okay, that's becoming a macro. That convinced me, that just pissed me off right there, because I just pushed Control Z and it just like put it all together. So yeah, these aren't even in the same ones, oh my god. Oh my god, okay, so health. I don't need the current health, I just need make health events, make that... I'm so confused what's happening right now. And then that. So let's cut that, and let's just put it over here, just so we have it. Okay, perfect. And let's make that a function. And we'll say async message. Let's go in there. Okay, so perfect. What's our health, right? What health are we updating? And then the message ID. So we need to make, right? Okay, so we'll make message ID. We'll plug this gameplay structure in, and that's perfect. We'll put that on top, though. Because then we can just program it right into the function, and we're done, right? Okay, we'll clean up that monster. So... event graph, we're going to delete all of our async stuff because what the F happened here, right? That goes away. Oh my god, what happened there? That made no sense whatsoever. I pressed the spaghetti shortcut? Yeah, I got to disable that, I think. Oh, you want readable code? No, right? Okay, I don't need that either, actually. I just need the async events that I made. Oh man, look at that. Just clean effing thing, hey? Okay, so current health, current shield, and this is events, update health, and update shield. Oh, boys and girls, if you're watching, this is way better. All right, compile, sweet. Okay, so we're updating our sending a broadcast out for this. Okay, so once this is queued, it'll say, hey, if you're listening to this particular channel, update your events. Here's the payload, which is our health. Okay, that's what it's going to do. I don't think there's anything else in here we need to necessarily do. Is there anything we need to do inside of our player? The death events and rights. We needed to figure out how to... You know what actually we should do instead? Fuck me. I wonder if this should go in the owners instead, because then they can update their own thing. Nah, that doesn't make any sense. Or, yeah, well, maybe it does. Yeah, this isn't... I don't think this is a good idea anymore. Sorry, we just wasted how many minutes on this. The reason I don't think it's a good idea, this is good for global stuff. Like, if you have a global event, like a boss, for example, updating your boss's health for everybody as a global event is a good idea. But if you're doing this... Well, actually, sorry, now that opens up another can of worms, because what about all the other enemies, if it's going to be multiplayer? Right? I still think it should be handled in the owner, though. Yeah, so we're going to get rid of this. Sorry, everybody. We're going to get rid of this. We're going to add another event dispatcher and just say a health UI update, I guess we'll call it. Okay, and copy signature from health updates right here. So we can get all those back. And we'll call these here. Okay, current health is obviously right here. Current shield we need two, and current health. Current health, current health, current shield. Current shield, you know? I'm actually excited to do voice work in this game. Right? Ed, thanks for joining. Catch you later? Yeah, you're heading out? Okay. Taking off for lunch. Sounds good, man. See, RT. That's such a upgraded name. Instead of real time, I'll call you RT. I like it. But yeah, I'm excited to do voice work for this game. You know, I don't have to be the main guy. I don't want to be that egotistical, like you know. But yeah, I can do some of the robots and maybe like someone from the orbital ship is talking to you or something like that. But okay, so this should be done. Let's go to our player character base. That means it'll work for everybody, right? And then we can override some things in the enemies and children and all that kind of shit. Okay, so where the frick is this referenced? Down here. Okay, right. We disabled this because this is dumb, right? Updates the life bar. Let's look at the life bar widget UI and see what we have in there. Variant probably. UI, life bar. Okay. So we got just a regular ass progress bar. We're going to have to add another progress bar for our shield. You know what? Fucking, what am I doing? Shit. I got to put a vertical box here so we can have multiple children inside of this border. So I'll put this on the overlay for now. Vertical box, border, bar. So we'll call this the health bar. Okay, we'll duplicate that, and we'll call this shield bar. Okay, That looks jank AF, right? So I see the border. Well, let's make this. That's not going to do us any good, hey? Maybe the padding is what's doing that? Not quite. So we'll keep the padding. Keep it like this. But let's see what this does if I get rid of this padding. That just does that. No, that does nothing. How do we make this not look like crap? Well, actually, I think the vertical box should go here. The border is that outline I see. Do we care about that? I see brush, rounded box. How did they get the inside to not... Oh, right here, tint, I guess. Okay. Okay, copy that. I like this idea in general, because then we can maybe surround... maybe not. Let's just get rid of the border for now. And we'll do it with just these guys. Width 400, height 100, and then vertical box. Is it because left to right, scale, fill, padding? Use fixed height. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Instead of custom, let's do desired on screen. And then this guy, overlay. Which one has size to content? None of them. Super awesome. Overlay, let's put a size box component on here. Width, and let's say, yeah, 400, sure. And height, we'll say 200. And then these need to fill. That's what we want. Yeah. Okay, fill and fill. But I think they're a little too big, so let's scale. How do we want to do this? I don't like this. I like this. I like this. I might like the size of this for the shield, possibly. We'll make this blue. The universal color for shield, right? You need a 6 height and you can customize the roundness and it will fit inside then. Okay. Where style? There it is. Fill image, rounded box. Outline settings. Interesting. I like, oh, that's the outline settings for derp. Let's do, yeah, I mean, 2 was fine. Scale right to left, border, auto. Fixed heights. Well, I got a scale box in here, but perhaps let's not have that. Instead, let's, yeah, like you said, have a fixed height. So this one, custom. Fill image, background image. Rounded box. Am I dumb? Like, where, like... Percentage, scale, border marquee, it's none of those. What if I make this 2? Yeah, it doesn't do anything. That doesn't do anything. Whoops, 0.5. Just want to see what it looks like. Interesting. It's like there's a bunch of padding on here, so maybe get rid of that. What about the overlay itself? Doesn't have anything on there. Okay. Actually, sorry. Did that take... Okay, that took it away. What about if I go 0.5 on this? That also took it away, but it's not making it fatter. Let's see. When did Add component to widget, get added. I think in this, it was either 5.6 or 7, but it's in the experimental right now, so. You can make it fill number 0.5. Oh, we same brain, man. Same brain. We're just thinking about it at the same time. Let me get rid of top padding for both of these. Actually, I just got rid of padding for all of it. Yeah, sure. Why not, right? Okay. Custom. So it's not changing the actual width. I wonder if it's because it's an overlay. That's just a... I'm going to replace... Yeah, I'm going to replace with child. Or with vertical box. Okay, this is better. Because now... Fill... And fill... And then can we... There. Done. So the overlay was the issue, I think. Oh, shit. That's so funny. Replace with child. That is what I wanted. Okay. So for the shield bar, can I make this like way less? Yeah, and then maybe we can put this on top. Right? So there's our shield bar, and then we got our health bar. Maybe we'll make that like 0.3 or something. Right? I don't know. What do you guys think? Oh yeah, vertical. See, this is way bigger now. 400. And the height will be, I don't know, 75. Something like that. Make the vertical box centered. Well, we can't do that anymore. This will just make it small, right? So we can't do that. Style. Yeah, this is fine for now for prototypiness, right? So make sure it's a variable and that's whatever the fuck. Go to the graph. Set life percent. And inside here, I'm sure... Oh, he did it in C++. Okay, fair enough. That's also in C++. Okay. A simple UI widget that uses progress bar to implement basic life bar for characters. Alright, well, we'll trust that those do the right thing, I guess, because it's in C++ and I can't read it, so... Or, we can't open it. Or can I? It did say reading C++ things. Sure, we'll go to the definition. Let's see. See what we got. We can add graphics later, 100%, yeah. We just want to test the functionality without print strings, which is the new meme of our Discord. Alright, well, it's not opening, whatever. We'll deal with it later. So, let's go back to our combat base. We're going to add the health component, unless I've done it already. I did. Okay, so sorry, we'll delete that then. Base health, I think by default, we'll just say is 100 and then 100 health. Current shield, we'll say, we'll do the same thing, 100 and 100. Health targets, old shield, health targets. Yes, those will get set later. Shield down will set itself. That's great. Now we need to right click and add events on health UI updates. Then we're going to get our life bar widget, and then we'll call... Shit, you know what we didn't... You know what we need to do in here is our shield. I'm gonna just redo this function because I don't know what the hell it does at this point. So we got the health bar. Health bar. Yeah, we'll need the shield bar as well, because we did duplicate it, so it should be the same. I'll make my own function called set percent. And this will have an input for health. And that'll be a float, obviously. And then one more for shield. This is like the longest health component tutorial ever. All my other ones are like really short. Or, well, shorter, I should say. Okay. We also need to get our max health from something. I think on event begin play, we should broadcast that. So let's do another event dispatcher and go set max health, or sorry, max values. And we will, that's fine. Copy signatures from update health progress. No, we don't, because we need to name them a bit different. So we'll say max health, and then obviously when we upgrade our health or whatever, then we can do it again, right? Max shield. Okay, and then event graph. We can do this afterwards. Set max values, call. Max shield. Max health. Okay, so now we'll go to our life bar. We'll set percent. We'll just do another... do an event, I guess. Custom events. Set max health / shield values. Let's make variables in here. Max health. Because these aren't going to change, right? So, max shield. Alrighty, so this will have an input for the same things we just made. Max health. I should put the whole thing like a good game dev, right? Max health and max shield. Just trying to get this done here. I'll look at the comments in 2 secs, everybody. If you guys are harping me to read your comments here. So we'll set our max health and set our max shield. Okay, just like that. Compile. Back to our character. All right, so... oh, set percent is the default. Oh, of course, yeah. Herp, derp, right? Derp, that's dumb. Okay, anyways. Make the... yeah, the center nice. This is good. We can add... yeah, okay. David's just correcting my wrongs like usual. So, all right, health updates. Let's also get... where to go? Up here? Add events. Set max values. So then we'll get our life bar widget once again. And we will set max health shield values. Plug those in. So we're transferring the data now from our component into our the owner of, which is this combat character base, and then setting it in our UI. So that's done. Then for this one, we need to set percent, which is the function we're making, but we haven't finished yet. Okay, so then we'll pass that information in here. Let's do that function now. Set percent. So all we're going to do is get our shield bar and our health bar, and we're going to set percent. And we need to obviously convert these like you guys were saying before. So max health. So health divided by max... whoops, what the hell did I do? We're going to divide, but we got to flip these. It's got to be on the bottom. It's got to be on top. All right. So we're dividing our current health by our max health, and that gets us a number between 0 and 1, which is what we need for percent. We'll do this again. Set percent, except it'll be for our... I see what I've done here. David's already typing to correct me. All right, there we go. Okay, shield divided by max shield will get us our percent for shield. Okay, return. Perfect. Okay, so hit compile. Is that... oh, yeah, I think so. I think so. I don't think there's anything else in there that we would have to do. So, sorry, back in the combat players, set percent. Life bar widget, set max health shield values. Great. I'm sure we die somewhere in the script for this character person. Do we have an event for that? Let's go to the event any damage. Because we want to replace this. Handle death. So this is where that's called. We're going to ignore that. We're going to create a... we're going to get add event on death. Let's cut that because I want to paste it up where I just was, which was right here. Okay, so this could go away. This has been handled and dealt with. We're going to paste this event right here. This is all the ragdoll-y stuff that was already pre-made in this combat variant. Add some camera shake. Enable ragdoll on the mess since we're not dead. We don't want to go overboard. We'll only use 50%. Okay, sorry, that's the wrong spot for that. Oh, shit, what am I doing? Where's this event? Okay, so that's an interface. Where's the actual event implemented? Handle death. Okay, so we disable input, then we do full ragdoll and skeleton, and then wait a bit and then destroy the character and it will be respawned by the player controller. Copy. Okay, so this goes away, and then this is where we do the death function, okay? Or the death event dispatcher that we have in our component. Okay, this is all going to get replaced. Any damage. This has us bouncing back and adding camera shake. We'll keep that, but we'll delete this. Okay, any damage. We're going to get our health components. And we are going to damage shield. Why are we damaging shield? Because we're going to call that function. In this function, we're checking if our if our damage is greater than our shield, and if our shield is already depleted and it's 0, it's going to come up here. It's going to find our leftover damage. Make sure our shield is 0. Make sure our shield is down, and then apply it automatically to our health damage. Right, so we can just save all that stuff by doing it that way. And in here, so that's fine. Damage shield. So after this, we should do this. We should also maybe check if we're dead. So we don't do this if we're dead. So let's get death, I guess, or get dead. Convert that to a branch. And then if we're not dead, we'll continue on and add this extra stuff here. Okay, so that's that. So let's move this over and clean it up a little bit. Standard damage handling by overriding the built-in any damage function triggered by apply damage above. Okay, then what else happens here? Event apply damage. Enhanced damage handling through blueprint interface event. Use engine's built-in damage functionality to handle the actual damage. This will trigger the corresponding damage events in this actor. If we don't care about impulse or other extra behaviors, it's perfectly okay to just call this directly. Okay. We'll have to see how this all works out. Spawn system damage. If character mesh is simulating... Okay. Apply damage. Oh, I see. Okay, well... It's going to call this regardless, so we'll just leave that alone for now. We'll figure out more of it later. What else we got in here? So the health bar is getting created... is the health bar getting created anywhere? Yes, it's in here. They have it as a... Where are you? Yeah, you're right, because it should be in here as a UI thing. Huh. That's a good point. I expected it to be in here because this is just a straight... Interesting. But in all the enemies... Sorry, let's go to this. Blueprints. Where's the enemies? Not third person. Combat player. Yeah, where's combat enemy? Variant, blueprints, AI. Oh, okay, I mean, makes sense. In this, do they have a widget? They do. They have a widget above them, but not above us. I will leave it for now, because if I hit play, does this It doesn't show up anymore. Because it used to be right below us, right? Access on trying to read, life bar in... Yeah, does one probably doesn't exist now, hey? Okay. We don't need this. Because we handle that in our component. Character, yeah, okay, we'll get rid of that then. Come on. We should have just made this from the ground up, to be honest, because this is all a little messed up, but... what was I going to say here? What are the events? Death we already got. Health update set. On health update. On component activate. Yeah, we don't need any of those. Okay, so our component fires off. And then that event fires and we set our current max health, but it's saying that this is not valid. Because we don't have anything in there. Okay, so we'll set that now. Let's see if it works now. It doesn't. Yeah, so fuck it. Let's just do it properly. We'll go to our... We'll create a new folder for UI. I will create another new folder for framework. And then we will create a new blueprint class, and we're going to create a HUD class. Okay, we'll go to our game mode now. Variant combat, blueprints, game mode, and we'll set our HUD to our HUD class so we can edit it in blueprints. Okay, so we'll close that. We'll open up our HUD class now. And first off, let's create a master HUD as well. So in our UI, we'll do a user interface, widget blueprints, user widget, widget blueprint, master HUD. Okay, so we'll open that up. Let's put a canvas panel on here to start, obviously, because we're going to want exact positioning on all of the widgets that go in here. Okay, save. Let's go to user widgets now, or user created, and we'll find our UI life bar, and we'll put that in here. Okay, there it is. Now we can scale it however big we want, right? So, you know, this is a little freaking obnoxiously huge, hey? So let's edit that. Edit UI life bar. Vertical box. 30. Let's see what 30 looks like. 50? 50's pretty good. And then, if I make this 1, does that matter? I don't. Oh, it does. Okay, well, if I make the other one 1, it'll probably squish it up a bit, right? Yeah, okay. Shield bar should be half the size of what it is, right? That's what. This is what it should be. Width 400. Sure. Okay, let's try that. So back to our master HUD. We can shrink this up a little bit now. Where do we want our health? Do we want it like which corner? This is usually pretty good. Up here, I don't know. Thoughts? I think he deleted widgets in episode 1. He did, calling it ugly. Yeah, I mean, it probably was. But, okay, so we got this up here. I think that's pretty good, hey? Add a size box. You don't need to. You can, because you can set its size in here, right? As long as you have it in here set to, if you do desired on screen, right? And then come back to the master HUD. Yeah, you can set the size in here. It doesn't matter. This is taking up the whole screen anyway. Like I said, was it last stream? Yeah, somebody asked me about the anchoring last stream. Basically, think about what corner of the screen you want to anchor this to for your player's resolution, and then it's always going to stay relative to that corner, right? So if they scale their window to get bigger, your health's in this corner, it's always going to stay anchored to that corner, right? If they start resizing it on this corner, then it's going to move the health bar. Okay, so just keep that in mind. Let's do 400 by, what did we do? 40 or something? Yeah, that's pretty nice. See what it looks like without the... Yeah. I think it should be a little bit boxier than it is, if I'm being honest. So for both of these, for the rounded the width 0.5. No, sorry, that was fine. It was... Let's just do a... I like rounded boxes, though. Just not, like, over the top, you know? That's the outline. The background image. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Let's put it back to custom just so we can see what it looks like. Rounded box. Yeah, the width I didn't have a problem with. It's the... Oh, is it up here? Yeah, fixed radius, because this one never works. Oh, that's the background anyway, so we don't care about that. We care about the fill image. Fixed. There we go. Yeah, let's do like 10 across the board. Same with this one. Fixed radius. 10. Actually, this will be 5, actually, because it's half the size of the other one. There we go. Alright, so we'll hit compile on that. So what does that look like? That looks way better. The background looks a little funky, though. So we'll fix that now. Outline settings fixed. This health one was 10. Whoops, we don't want that. And then this one was fixed 5. God damn it. Alright, we're all done there. Greetings all. Anyone here skilled in troubleshooting editor crashes? Depending on what it is, yeah. What's happening? Just tell us a little bit about it and we'll see what we can do here. But in the meantime here, we got our master HUD figured out. We're going to go back to our HUD class. We're going to go to the event graph. We're going to delete all this. And we need an interface, probably. So we'll create an interface here. Blueprints interface. BPI UI HUD, we'll say. Okay, we'll create a function for up set max values. Sorry, set max health values, because we're going to have multiple things, right? And then update health as well. I'm doing this to save a cast to our... Well, shit. Yeah, this is specifically for our player, right? So inputs, we're going to need current health. For the enemy, we can just call the event directly in the thing because we have a reference to it, I guess. Yeah, we'll figure all that out after. So floats, hit play, and then current shield. Set max values, we'll just have max. Health. Max shield. What do we got here? Seemingly Slate-related. All projects crash on this PC when doing simple UI-related things. Clicking on file, even if it's rather extreme. Slate-related. Do you have anything running event tick or on event tick or any binds or anything like that on your project? Because if you're doing a lot of work per frame, that can be overwhelming to your to the engine, and it'll crash for sure. But anyways, so I find Unreal likes to crash as well when you change variable names and types while you're editing. It doesn't compile properly or something and causes it to crash. That's what I find. But anyways, so we got that. The HUD class, we will create a function because we're going to create many things in here, and we'll call it create base widgets. We'll get a sequence out of here. Okay, and then we'll create create widgets. Even renaming variables structs will crash UE. Have a look at your crash logs, which you should be able to find in your saved folder. Saved crashes. If you have any crashes, crash report client or the dump file. Might be in here. See at the very bottom here, stack. Script stacked, error handling, assertion failed. Yeah, it'll tell you why it failed down here, right? So this is just saying, last error, operation completed successfully. It's saying it completed successfully. Does it build upwards? It must. Failed to load, get last error 26, start with crash reports, running the engine. Yeah, we had a crash here today, right? So this is... Finish trace initially, perform Windows. Yeah, so here's all the build information for whatever, right? And... So I think this just tried to access something here, and it wasn't able to load it. Failed to load, doesn't exist. So yeah, I tried to run it looks like I tried to run a file, and the file didn't exist, and it caused an error, and it made the engine crash. So yeah, just look at your error logs. It'll give you a clue as to what's happening, right? So, you know, especially if it's UI related, like maybe there's one of the files got corrupted or something like that in your things. So, you know, I would do maybe a... What's it called? A verify. I think it's in the Unreal Epic Store or whatever, Epic Games Launcher. I'll open that in a sec here, or it'll open in a sec here, and I'll explain it. But anyways, we're going to create our master HUD. We'll promote that to a variable, and we'll say master HUD. Okay, so that's been created. We will add it to viewports, as we should. Add to viewports. What is the difference between add to viewport and add to player screen? Adds the widget to the game's viewport in a section dedicated to the player. This is valuable in split screen game. Oh, okay, where you only want to show the widgets over a player's portion of the viewport. Copy. Okay, so yeah, I didn't know that. Bigger part of the scratch. I tested my primary project on the laptop. Seems to work fine. It's very odd that this PC is much more robust. Yeah, like I said, go to the Epic Game Store or whatever. Go to your library. Go up here and go verify. And the Unreal will, Epic's thing will verify that all the files are not corrupt and everything's all in the right place and all that kind of stuff. And then hopefully that'll fix your issue. If not, maybe try a full-on uninstall, reinstall. See if that fixes the issue. And yeah, because that makes no sense. And then if those don't work, I would say a plugin possibly might be an issue. Or because yeah, maybe you have a UI plugin on right now and it's causing a bunch of issues. That's all I can think of at this point. But anyways, so we're gonna add that to the viewports. Compile. We won't have any data yet, but let's just make sure it works. So it didn't add it to my viewports. Yeah, of course. It should add it. Oh, yeah, I do. You know what? We should have a freaking game on this stream. How many times that I push play and then I go, why doesn't it work? And it's because I didn't plug in the fucking function I just made every single time. Right? All right, let's see if we can just get it on our screen. There it is. Okay, so it's on screen. Looks not bad, right? I'm sure we can visually make it look nice. Okay, this error is coming from our player, which we're gonna delete this because it's in use. Where is it in use? Find references by class member. Right, we're gonna replace this anyway. We're gonna replace this with our UI. So let's delete this now. Compile, save, because things like to crash, right? So we'll save. We will get rid of this and get rid of this. And then we will get we're in our combat base, so we need to get our player controller. We need to get the one specific to our player state, though. So we need to get our player state because it's going to be multiplayer, right? So we want to get the controller associated with the player state of this player. Okay, so controller, get player controller from the player state. Then we're going to get our HUD because that's where the HUD lives in the controller. Then we're going to set health. What is set max? What do we call it? Update health is what we called it. Update health message. Okay. We should cache this, if I'm being honest. We should cache this. Why are we caching this? Because this is going to be called like every second. So this is going to be a little expensive to get a new copy of the HUD every single time. So we should cast to it and create a reference to it. So let's go up to where's event begin play. Not here. Event begin play, everything should be set up already. So then we'll cast to our BP, our HUD class. There it is. Cast to HUD class. We have the exact copy of the HUD class for the exact player, and we're going to promote that to a variable and just call it HUD. Okay. I am going to make a video on casting here. Sorry, I have recorded the video on casting. I need to edit it still. Okay, but this is, yeah, so every time you do this, you get a copy of your HUD every single time. Okay, by doing a cast, we're creating a cached copy, so we have all the cached data in this variable, saved in this variable now, and we don't create a copy every single time. We just reuse the same cached data. So that's an optimized way to do it. So easier for us and cheaper for us to cast once, get the information. We've, you know, some will be like, well, we just created a hard reference between our player and our HUD. Well, yeah, it doesn't matter. They're dependent on each other anyway, in a sense, because the player controller is attached to the pawn, and the HUD is in the controller anyway. So, right? All right, so let's go down to where we were, which was somewhere down here. It's our, yeah, right here. So we're gonna get our HUD now. We're gonna call those update health message. Okay, then we'll get our HUD again, and we will set max health values. Perfect. Now in our HUD, we need to implement that interface. BPI UI HUD, and then we'll hit compile, and then we'll implement both of those events. And we'll get our master HUD, and we'll get our health bar, or our UI, what do you call it? Life bar, because that's inside of our master HUD now, right? And we'll call those events updates. No, set percent. And set max health shield values. And we're going to play around here with these and make sure that they're actually updating correctly. So go to our base character for now. And we will tell it to, we can delete these as well, but maybe not yet because it's going to have something to do with our enemy. Our enemy is probably setting their health from those values, so we're not going to screw around with that just yet, but where are you? Health components. Let's make our current health 50 and our current shield 50, and we'll see if these update properly. Okay, let's have a look. Not quite, so didn't get any errors. So let's follow the data. So we'll start with... where were we? This? Yeah. So we'll start here. Let's see if this triggers at all first. We will do the max values to start with. Start does trigger. We're going to keep going. Our max health and max shield are the same. We're going to call this event. It's going to go to our... Oh, it didn't go anywhere. It's back in our health component now. Copy that. So why didn't it go anywhere? Where's our player? Interesting. Why didn't it go anywhere? Let's trigger that again, and let's see if this is valid. It's not. So, oh, you know why, everybody? Because this is a race condition. This is exactly what I'm going to bring up, or what I brought up in one of the debug videos. Our component is firing its event begin play before the players finish initializing. So this is firing off, and our event begin play and our player hasn't triggered yet for us to do this. So what we're going to do instead is we are going to do exactly what I suggested in this video. We're going to convert this to a validate get. If it's valid, we're going to do it. If it's not valid, we're going to create an event up here instead of on begin play. We'll delete event begin play. We'll create a custom event. And we will say get HUD ref. Okay, plug that in. We'll cast our HUD. We'll set it. Player state should be valid. The controller should be valid, and so should the HUD. So this should all work. Okay, and we'll go back down to the bottom here where we were. We'll get another HUD variable. Convert to validate get. And same thing here. Okay, it's valid. We'll plug it in. If it's not valid, we'll call get HUD ref. And then it should be valid, and then we'll plug it in there. Okay? We'll disconnect this and plug this one in instead, so keep it cleaner. A lot of sketty going on here, but this is what we need to do. All right, so let's hit compile. Just looking at some stuff here. Caching because server is king and caching is queen. Yeah. My HUD is not working properly when I get it from the PC. The player controller. Yes, because if you're doing multiplayer... Are you following along with what we're doing here? Yeah, because if your HUD is not working properly and you have multiplayer, it's because you're probably getting just the standard get player controller. Get player... Right, this one, which you can see is under game. So if I get player controller, player index is 0. So if you're not player index 0, then this is going to be the incorrect controller. So you need to get the player state specifically. That will return the player state attached to this player, and then get the controller from the player state instead. Okay. And then the other potential issue is inside your game mode, you didn't set your HUD as your HUD class, the one you made, right? Okay, so let's see if this one works now. After I just read some comments here. Elgin says, what's irritating is he hasn't touched the editor in several weeks. Tweaking on Crimson Desert, yeah, right? Who isn't at this point? Hadn't encountered any issues whatsoever on 5.73. Huh. Is there specific things that you're doing and it happens every single time, or does it just seem to happen randomly? That's another question. Anyways, can also use the dispatcher once player finishes initializing, run the dispatcher on the component to begin the initialization. Sure, yeah, you could do that. I get my PC from the PS. Oh, sorry, I get your player controller from the player state. Okay. TG, I posted my house model in the Discord. It's crap, but hey yo, yeah, I saw it. It looks pretty good. You were shitting on it, I think, a little bit, and you're like, I wish I was better at modeling or something. I was like, it looks pretty good. Better than what I could do, to be honest. I like your idea for an event dispatcher instead, to be honest. So we'll just say, get HUD. Get HUD reference. So we'll call that on event begin play. Where am I? I'm in the wrong one, right? I'm in the wrong one. Player. Event dispatchers. Set HUD, we'll call it. Okay, and then we'll get event begin play. Which probably should go up here, I would suspect, hey. Come on, get up there, come on. There we go. Event dispatcher, set HUD, call that. And this will be deleted and replaced with set HUD event. Okay, so that'll work, and then down here you just gotta call the dispatcher as well, just in case it's not valid for some reason. Call. Duplicate that, put it down here. Alright, cool. Yeah, the event dispatcher is probably a better idea. On event begin play, hey, we exist now, fire, get your HUD, all that, right? Okay, so that should work. Let's have a look here. Play. We hit that breakpoint. I'm just going to clear it because I feel like it should work now. It didn't work. Let's check our player and the blueprint debugger and let's see what's happening here. So let's check the UI widget to start with. Why is there 3? Because we've nested it in a master widget, that's why. I don't know how to get rid of all those, honestly. I wish I knew. Sorry, we're looking for... Yeah, so this didn't work. This didn't get set, so let's have a look again here. This might be the issue you're having, David, honestly. So we'll do another breakpoint here. I should have just checked the values before I continued forward. So those have values. This is not valid, probably. Okay, set HUD. Let's go into this. Oh, interesting. It didn't trigger the dispatcher. Sorry, I don't want to do that. I want to trigger... Does this get triggered at all? That's the big question. It does not get triggered at all. So that is odd. Call set HUD events. Let's go back to the custom event thing. Let's see if that works instead. We'll just call it custom event for now just to test it out. I guess, can we just call custom event here? This doesn't matter. You know why? Because these interfaces are going to fire before the begin play anyway. So this has got to be the event. Leroy's playing Helldivers and he's not on the TG stream. We need to give him shit later in the Discord. Just kidding. But custom event. We'll see if this works here. Fuck's sakes. I need to create some bookmarks in here so I can just go to all the things. I guess I can just click on here and go to all the events, but anyways, custom events. We'll rename it in a second if it works. Okay, play. It still didn't work, so we'll check this information again here. Still didn't send the information. I'm super confused why those events aren't firing. I wonder if it's because, you know what? You know what it is? I know exactly what it is. It's because the player character hasn't initialized yet, the begin play hasn't fired, so it's not receiving any events. That's what's happening. So we have to put a delay on this in some way. So instead of doing it on the event begin play of the component, I think what we'll do is we'll create a function inside of the component. So let's go to edit the whatever the hell it is. Okay, let's create a function and we'll call it get max values. Okay, so we'll get max values. We'll get a return node on this. And then we will get our max health and our max shield. Max health and... Oh, you know what? Perhaps here, instead of having it as a return node, instead of doing this, let's just call the interface in here, or not the interface, the event dispatcher health, set max health values. Okay, the player character, once it's ready and the event begin play fires, we're gonna request this function. That's what we're gonna do. Max health, max shield, and set max, and then we'll also health update at the same time. Current health, current health, current shield. Okay, so we'll call both of those at the same time. And event graph, we're going to delete this because this is what's causing the issue. It's firing, because yeah, you know how Unreal Engine works. Before it can fire the event begin play in this character, it's got to load everything the character needs. It's got to load all the animations, the animation blueprint, the controller, the HUD, all that shit, right? You guys have seen this thing I've made, right? So sorry, I didn't make it. I found it on Epic's website, but where is it here? Graphics, docs, this one. Right? Everybody's seen this. When Unreal Engine starts up, you launch the engine. It's going to load a game instance first, load the level, load the game mode, and anything the game mode needs. The game mode's not ready until it loads the game state, the player state, the online subsystems, and then the parent game mode, and then the game mode's ready. Then for the player's not ready until it loads the controller, all the inputs, the behaviors for any of the AI behavior trees or whatever the case is, navigation, the HUD, the pawn class has to load and all the default pawn logic, any of the character movement components, all the character default functions. Once all that's loaded and any of the other blueprints that you have in your character is loaded, then your players begin play fires, right? So that's what's been happening today. Okay, so sorry, David says, yeah, same issue here. Let's get, it gets my HUD one instance, sets everything properly, in the other instance, there's no data in the HUD variable. Yeah, so it's definitely a race condition thing here. So this we'll get rid of this and do the event dispatcher again. If it's not valid, which it should be, because we're going to call on the event begin play, set HUD. Yeah, we'll do that here, just as a, just as a fail-safe. Call. Okay. Get rid of this. Custom events. Set HUD on event begin play. We're going to get our health component, and we're going to function get max values. Okay. Done. That's going to happen on event begin play now. When the player is all set up, we should get our HUD. Or sorry, it'll fire off those interfaces. Those interfaces will call the dispatcher. It'll fire this event. We'll get our HUD, and then we'll do everything properly. So let's see if it works now. Still didn't work, eh? Well, shit. Sorry, let me look at the blueprint debugger once again. Still got no health. Is it... Let's look at our player now. Is our HUD valid? Because, like, to be honest, what I just told you is, like, a complete hunch of mine. But it seemed correct in my brain. Combat base, this one. Oh, hang on. I think I know the other issue that so I'm doing this in the base class. But that's fine because this should be calling that in the player. Where is it? Combat, this guy, blueprints, player combat. Let's do this. Let's see. Yeah, that's ghosted out, so I wonder if it wasn't calling it on purpose. Events begin play. Now we can do this. Maybe it'll work now. No. Do we combat player? Where's the HUD? It's still not valid. That is so bizarre. Huh. Let's add a print string. Right here, viewports. HUDcast failed. Let's see if we just get a failure. We don't even get that. So that event's not firing at all. This one here. This one. Why aren't you firing at all? Let's look at the call stack maybe and see if we can get... So this fired. Object no longer exists. What is this? Interesting. Does this interface get called somewhere else in the health components? Right? Let's go back to here and let's just right-click, find references by class member all. So we'll find it in the component if it's in there. David says, in my instance, when I cast to the HUD from my player controller, even if everything is loaded, the HUD class will fail. That is so interesting. Do we have the wrong cast to HUD class? The player state is valid, but the player controller is not valid, so... That is interesting. I don't see anything else in here. Huh. So the controller's not valid yet. Return the player controller that created this player state. You know what might also be happening is maybe our event begin play has fired, but we haven't been handed a controller? I don't know. That doesn't make sense, though, because the begin play wouldn't fire unless we have a controller attached to us now. I spent 5 hours trying to fix the issue today. That's crazy. If you're calling this from your character, can you do unpossessed? Yeah. Actually. So fuck this. Yeah, event on possess is a good idea, actually. So, on possess. Oh, fuck. We got this whole thing. I think you gotta get... Or do you have to type event on possess? This is a character, so... If I go to functions override, here we go. On possessed. Oh, it's just called possessed. God damn it. Cuts. On possessed. Oh, shit. Maybe we can just plug this... can we get the HUD from here? Get... What do you mean? Oh, we gotta cast to our specific controller. Let's let this run and let's see what happens. This might work because, yeah, like the controller wasn't valid, which means obviously the HUD's not valid. Let's see what we got now. HUD's not valid still. What about the controller? Let's go back to this here. Where's on possessed? Right here. Event possessed. Controller. Player states valid. The controller's still not valid. That's so bizarre. That is so bizarre. So that didn't work. No, that didn't work either. Huh. I'm really, like, it's really weird that event begin play didn't even work. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Hold on. Where's our game mode? We haven't created a player state. It's still the C++ class. What if we create a player state in our framework folder? Because, well, we're going to need a player state anyway, right? So, player states right here. Okay, there's that, and then this will be our BP player state. I don't know why this would make a goddamn difference, but we'll see. And let's see here, play. Yeah, it didn't make a difference. So, is there something in this player state that we need to pay attention to? But the player state was valid, right? But the controller was not. If we, you know what, this will work if we get player controller right now, but it's not going to work for multiplayer. Interesting, it doesn't even work there. HUD is not valid. Player state, I guess I gotta trigger a breakpoint, but... Does it show you the player controller in here? Unreal's gonna crash now, probably, because I typed in controller while it's simulating. I really hope it doesn't crash, because I don't think I have save uncompiled on, and we have 6 unsaved things. Ugh! Oh, thank God. Okay, well, first of all, right over here, where it's save and compile always, everybody. So we'll stop simulating. We'll compile. We'll save all our stuff. There we go. Health, combat. Yeah, geez, that would have been a detrimental loss. Anyways, the get HUD node is broken, I think. Yeah, 100%. That doesn't make any sense why this isn't working. Oh, actually, this isn't working. Oh, no, this is working, because, okay. This does not make any sense. Where's our game mode? Where's our controller? The combat controller, yep. Because, yeah, as soon as I hit play, we do have, obviously, control of our enemy. Combat player 0. There's no AI control. Where's just the controller class? I don't even see that in here. Huh. Alright, well, anyways. Not sure why that's not working. That doesn't make sense to me. Literally done this many times in the past. But wait, this event doesn't get triggered, does it? We tested that already. Or does it now? Yeah, it still does. This event doesn't get called. But if you go all the way down here again, and this gets triggered, this event is definitely hit. Right? If I hit play. Oh, this isn't even getting called now. Okay, so nothing's calling this event now? Oh, because I deleted this probably. Yeah, okay, nothing's calling this event. We'll do the event begin play again. Because like I said, it shouldn't be... Everything should be valid if this node fires. That means everything's ready, and this blueprint is ready to function. Okay, so we'll go here and here. HUD obviously is not valid here, so we'll go set... Call set HUD. I wonder if this fires afterwards, maybe. No, it doesn't even get called. Let's move this. Oh no, I can't. I need these values. I'm so confused why this doesn't frickin' fire. Like, I'm hyper confused. Let's try a custom event once again. I don't know. Maybe that event dispatcher thing's broken. Custom event. I also want to see if this fires first too. So let's put a breakpoint here. Because if that fires first, that's great. That is what's technically calling this event. I just had another thought if this doesn't work. Custom events. Compile. Play. Okay, so this event begin play does fire. Okay, so then we'll keep going. And we're going to fire that off. HUD will not be valid, so we're going to go down there. And we're going to go into this event, which fires now. We're going to go and cast to this. Our controller is valid. Our HUD is now valid, so that's good. So this should be successful. Good, okay. So the event dispatcher was what the issue was. You know what? I just had a thought. What if... I bet you... Did I implement... No, I did. I implemented these events. Why didn't they fire? Huh. So this works. Does this work when I plug this one in now? Because this is the one we actually need. So we'll do this, this, this. Next one. HUD is valid. Okay, so the player state one's working again. So yeah, this custom event's what we need. So we'll say set HUD. And we'll get rid of this. Yeah, so this will work in multiplayer now. HUD cast failed. We'll leave that in. What's not working now is... Well, that event fired, and then this should continue on its way and call this. And our HUD... this is the next question mark. Why isn't this triggering? Right, so we'll just go to that one. So we know everything works from it. HUD is now valid. So our HUD class should be getting this event. What happens? Okay, so that works. So we're setting our max health and our max shield, which are now correct. Okay, here we go. I haven't done this. This is why it's not working. So we've solved the initial issue. I just didn't finish my work here. So set life percent. That's not what we want. Set percent. What am I calling in the HUD class when I do this? Set percent. Oh, I see. This is above 1. That's why. Current health and current shield are above 1, so it's always going to be 100%. So this is... I need to... Is this not... Yeah, this is the function. Let's put a breakpoint here. We essentially figured it out here. Whoops. I gotta go to life bar. Life bar. Fuck, I hate UI sometimes. Where's HUD class? HUD class is... what's it called is notoriously annoying to debug because of this exact issue. The object doesn't exist for you to debug, so it just like runs through all the code before you can do anything. So I have to come back all the way to here and add a breakpoint just so I can step into this, go into my HUD, and now that my HUD is an object, I can skip ahead to this one. Oh, okay, it still doesn't work. Super awesome. Thanks, right? Let's get rid of this one and let's add it up here instead. What is happening? Character base. How come... Is this one not triggering? Hell, is that what's happening? Health update UI. That is called inside of our... This. Inside of our... Get max values. Oh, health update is not what we want. We want health update UI. Ooh, okay. There we go. Alright, TG, get your shit together. We'll figure this out. Alright. For the love of God, this will work and we'll be all happy. Get rid of the... Well, should I check the values? I got triggered, so let's just trust it, right? Look at that. We got it to work, finally. So, that's great. You know, we can make it look prettier later. And then, obviously, damage. Let's... I don't have any enemies spawning in here for some reason. I can't remember if I deleted something, rather. Or not, honestly. So... Or is the trigger back here, maybe? No, that's a kill Z. Outliner. Lava boxes, checkpoints, doors, dummies. Spawners. Yeah, we got spawners, but they're not spawning stuff. I swear that they didn't spawn until you hit a certain point, to be honest. So... Details. Should spawn enemies immediately. Let's say yes. Sorry, let's get rid of all these breakpoints now. I just want to take damage, right? I just want to see if that works. But none of the... Okay, there we go. Okay, you know, kill me, right? Punch me if I can do something, right? The health bar over them looks already significantly better. I can do something, buddy. What's going on with his AI is not working properly. Let's look at the navigation. Navigation looks correct, right? Alright, well, whatever. We can save that for next stream, I guess. We'll figure out why the AI is not working properly, and then maybe we can get this robot guy working or something. We can do a little bit of basic AI or something. I'm not really great at that, so I'll need some help, but... Yeah, we can just do something super basic just to get some, you know, some life in this arena so we can test some abilities and stuff, right? So, but I don't know what's wrong with my dumbass projects. You couldn't get it to work? What was the fix here? The fix here was, we're up here. I had the wrong event dispatcher in the health component, so that's the one that's updating the UI, not necessarily updating the health, which calls this timer, which then slowly updates our health, right? Why don't we just add a quick damage thing here? So I'll, you know, num 1. And we'll apply damage. Whoops. Apply damage, base damage, we'll say like 25, right? Regular damage type, whatever, that'll apply damage. Cool, let's see if we can get a thing to work here. So I can't, well, I have to select a debug object. So it's applying damage, but it's not working. Let's frickin' see what's happening now. Okay, the damage was right here. So is this firing now? It's not. Why is all the fucking events not working? This is ridiculous. Okay, so firing that off, I got the combat player up. I can't see that right there. So, whoops, I guess I gotta be in this window. Okay, so that's firing. Damaged actor. I guess I'm missing that. That's probably the big old, you know, self, right? Okay. And let's see if it works here. So I damaged self, but it didn't update my health. So there's something up here we're not calling. Attack inputs, attack. Where's any damage? Van apply damage. There we go. We don't need this because we handle that inside our thing. Apply damage. Self. I already call that, so this should be firing. Let's have a look. Okay, so we took damage. We took 25 damage. New shield is 0. That doesn't make sense. Doing some debuggage so we can get the system to work here before we sign off. Oh, I fell. Okay, anyways. Apply damage. What happens? It says, is it... Yes. Let's... Yeah, should these values be set? Current shield is 0. Let's put our some weird shit happened there. That's funny. Anyways, we want to go to our health components inside our player. That's sprint health, and we just want to make our health full so we can test this properly. Right. Okay, we'll hit play. So damage, that is so good. That is so good. So we'll fix that in another stream. That's really funny. But anyways, so damage shield's returning that we don't have any shield, but we... Okay, we have 75 shield. Call health updates. The health update is what's tripping up here, I think. Let's have a look at it, see what's going on. Whoops, sorry. It's my other screen. I don't want that. I want it. Fuck off. I want this screen, buddy. There we go. Okay, let's see what's happening here. Is this a debug object? Yes, it is. Okay. I'm so skadata. Right? That's fine. Interesting. This doesn't fire at all. Health update event. Does not fire at all. What is happening with event dispatchers today is my actual question. Does this not fire unless you've binded to it or something? Like you have to bind to your own events and your own thing? Right? That doesn't make sense to me. Huh. Where was take damage? Damage shield. Call health updates. Let's put a breakpoint there. Let's see why it's not working. It just doesn't do anything. That is so weird. What the hell's going on with event dispatchers? Unreal has been unreal today. 100%, man. This doesn't make any sense. Explain that one to me, anybody. Damage shield, yes. Call health update, which is in our event graph, and then it's like, we ain't gonna do that, bruh. Sorry. So, we don't need this. F this. You know, if this is internal, let's just make it a custom event. Custom events, we'll just say, interp damage. That's what we'll call it. And then it's going to work because you have to bind to your own events inside your own... come on, that makes no sense. Where are we? We're going to have to go to take damage instead of call health update. Shit, I need to go back to the event graph, actually, and make sure that this has... Oh, we don't. We don't need those. Custom event, which was interp damage. Compile. And next one, take damage. Like, we've changed a lot of stuff in here today just because it wasn't working properly. Interp damage. Compile. Gain shield. Interp damage. We died. Call death. Damage shield. Right here. We don't care about that. No more, no more. Interp damage. Compile. What else? Update health. Nope. Nothing in there. Update shield. Not in there. Async message. We'll probably use elsewhere. I don't know. But anyways. Get max values. That's fine. Okay. Does this work now? Okay, nice. So it's kind of working. You can see it, like, fighting itself almost. Let's have a look at the... Let's do this now so we can see what's happening inside of our event graph inside this. Current health, current shield, blah, blah, blah. Has the target been reached? Clear the timer. Yeah, that makes all the sense that I can think of. So something's preventing it from reaching its target. You know what? I think I know what it is. It's this. This needs to be the current health, but... Yes, okay, so that needs to be current shield is what I meant to say. Pardon me. So any instance where we're setting current shield inside of our things, we need to change. And, sorry, I need to make this bigger so I can see what's happening. Update health. Yeah, so this should be current health, because it needs to be the current value, and that needs to move closer to the health target. That's when it's happening here. So, gain health. Okay, the health target. Good. Old health. This should be health target. Okay, and then gain shield. Target shield, that's what this should be. And this This is going to break stuff as well if you take multiple damage. We'll have to fix that later when we can actually calculate proper damage and stuff, but basically, if, say, our current shield is not at our shield target yet, we take more damage, our old shield is going to override the old shield. Do we need this then, actually? Yeah, we know we do. Or no, hang on, sorry. Old health, I don't think we need these. That'll actually fix the problem right there. So let's just do that. So we'll not worry about old health. We don't need it because we're going to work with our current health. And health to add, value, health targets. Yeah, that'll work great. That'll actually work really good. Okay, so take damage. Don't need old health. We're not dead. Gain shield. We don't need old shield. Don't need that. Shield down. Does that make sense to everybody? Hopefully? You know, I know move kind of faster, so here, get owner. Here's what we'll do. We'll do old shield. We'll depreciate it, and then compile, and then it's going to tell us everywhere that it is. Set old shield is here. We don't need that. Compile. That went away, so we can safely delete old shield. Old health, we'll hit depreciates, compile. It's gone, so we can delete that. Cool, so that's where all those areas were. Yeah, so I'll just walk through this once again, just for those who are struggling, I guess, to follow along what's happening here. So we gain health, okay? So we're going to add our current health, or sorry, have the health that we just picked up, or the health that we're going to gain, and add it to our current health, and then we're going to clamp it so it doesn't go above our max health, and then set our target health. This is the health that we want to get to, okay? So our current health is still set as what it was beforehand, okay? Then we're going to call interp damage. Then that's going to set this timer by event. It's going to trigger it and start it, and then we're going to fire this event every 10th of a second, and we're going to update our health or shield. The shield is working the same way too, by the way. Okay, inside of here, health progress, we're getting our current health, which is technically our old health. Okay, we're telling it that is our current health. We want to get to this health target that we've already calculated, and if we take more damage or gain more health, it's going to update that target, right? So then we're going to, over real time, we're going to apply 1 hit point towards our target every time that this function's called. That's what the timer's for, the timer by event. Then we're going to set our current health, and then after we're done this function, we're going to go back here and we're going to call health update in our UI. So it should slowly update the health, right? Okay, let's see. There you go. So what's our target? Probably 0 at this point. Nothing is... Oh, shit. You know what? There's another thing that we need to do in here. That the reason this didn't get triggered. So we need to change this equals to node, because sometimes if it's updating really quickly, sometimes it might not hit this exact float. It might be... If our health target was 50, it might go 51 and then like, 49.9. That's not 50. So we need some, variance in this. So we'll just say in range. So that's... Let's actually, sorry, not in range. Is there a node called tolerance? No. There's a node, what's the node called where you can add some tolerance, float tolerance or... Normalized to range. Didn't we just talk about this? No, that just converts it to 0 or 1. Someone mentioned it earlier in the stream. I can't remember what it was. I made it back, and I'm going to do some few animation clips for the utility robot in a few minutes after finishing the rig weighing. Nice. Awesome, man. Yeah, hopefully I can get diversion set up. I'll have to do that on my own time here. But anyways, what is that node called, everybody? It's in math. We'll just look in math here. Float. It's one of these map. No, it's not that one. Random float and range. No, it's not going to be that. that's where you're looking to get a float value within a certain range and then randomize it, right? That's for like RNG based stuff. What the hell is it? It's nearly equal. There we go. That's the one. Okay, so does current health nearly equal the health target? And then here's the air tolerance. So I'm going to do like 1 on there. Okay, so if it's 1 hit point off from our targets, then it's going to return true. That's what we want. So I literally looked at this node yesterday. So I was like, I know there's a node. I can't believe I couldn't remember what it was. Okay, so there's that. Done. Okay, let's make sure it works now. Because nothing was stopping that timer, so it just kept retracting health from us. So now we should go to 75 damage on the shield. Except it's not working still. What the fuck is this? Let's hit play and let's go to the blueprint debugger. And let's look at our health component and let's look at our current shield, because that's the one that's going to change. See what's happening? It went way beyond that. So maybe we need to interp less. Maybe let's do 0.1. 0.5. Let's do 0.5. Let's see what happens there. And sorry, we'll just open up our component again so we can see our current shield. It's interesting. Something I feel like is still setting current health because it's supposed to be 75. And it went down to 72. So something I think is still calling to set current shield, which will be damage shield, I suspect. Yes, set shield target is what we want. There. Current shield minus that, max set, current shield greater than, leftover damage, current shield 0. That looks all correct. So, okay, that will fix the issue I suspect. So we'll take some damage, and we'll slowly go down to 75. That's probably too slow, I suspect. I would think we'd want it a bit higher. Inside of... fuck, I forgot where it was already. Update shield. Yeah, interp speed. Let's do 5 HP per 10th? Let's do 3 per 10th. Let's see what that looks like. And then if it looks good, we'll change health as well. Oops. That's pretty good. So later, see the ease that it did? It eased it in and out. That's pretty cool. And now I'm like, oh, like I went to the bar and I was like, fucking real time fucked me up real bad. Just kidding. We'll continue to take damage because I want to see, and we'll take a bunch of damage while we're doing it. And now you'll see that it's gonna it should update it to, yeah, shit. It did pretty good. So I'm just gonna keep. I applied a bunch of damage. So let's see here. I thought I applied 25 damage, so something's not quite working out here. We want to sorry, hang on. How does... Okay, I'll get rid of this. There. So we don't have any shield now, so now we're gonna... Is our health move? It doesn't. So something in our thing is messed up here for our health, but we want to... Oh, yeah, that's correct. Set current health. Interp speed, we'll set at 3, just like the other one. Current health and health targets. What's holding us back here? Because when we take damage, let's say damage shield. I'm rigging directly in UE because I haven't for almost 2 years when I started learning and thought a refresh was due for me. Can you do weight blending and all that in Unreal now? Did you plug something into any damage? Yes, I just did 25, so it should be doing 25 damage per hit of that button. But max shield. Oh, I see. We're taking our... This should be shield target, is what this should be. Not current shield. Because that's the health we want. So if we're minusing that from the damage, that should actually correctly do that upgrade. Okay. Oh, let's do shield target here as well. And shield target here. This makes sense to me. And then we'll do damage. Actually, we gotta do that in all of these. So, health targets. Health targets. That's all good. Cool. Take damage. Health targets. Max health. Health targets. And return our health targets. Actually is what we want there. Perfect. And then take damage. Health targets, max health, health target, blah, 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 health target. Sounds great. Gain shield. Shield targets. Shield targets. That all looks good. And then damage shield. I think we just changed all these. We did. Okay, sweet. So now it should be all correct. So I just took damage on my health for some reason. And now I'm gaining health. So, well, okay, something's messed up here. So, is the damage greater than the shield target? Should this be, well, this should be greater or equal to anyway. Oh, shit, okay. You know what we should do? We should add check here for shield down. Convert to branch. I feel like this was the issue why the health went up. So if the shield is down, then we'll want to just call take damage and just exit this function, right? So we'll say F take damage. And then we'll get damage. And plug that straight in here, and then we'll exit the function. Return new shield 0, perfect. And yeah, so we'll just bypass all this. We won't even deal with it. I think that's a, whoops, I think that's a good way to do it. Fuck off, move my goddamn nodes, I just want to move them! Move them! God damn! Okay, shield targets. Right, is the shield... No, is the damage greater or equal to the shield target? That is the correct amount. Okay. Sweet. Let's see. I don't know why I was damaging the health, though. Because it's damaging... I must have those backwards. Let's see what we get out of here. I'm curious what the math is there. So this is true. This is 25, this is 0. Oh, well, of course. Because the shield target hasn't been set yet. So let's add an or shield target equals 0. So we'll say or, and then we'll say... we'll plug this or in, we'll get a not boolean here. So we'll say... Whoops. We'll say, does the damage... does the damage, is it greater or equal to the shield target? That'll be for every pass after the first pass. And then or, does the shield target equal 0? If that's true, then it's going to return... Sorry, if it's not 0, then it's going to return true and go up here. Which will never happen. Right, if this is... Sorry, fuck, hang on. Yeah, we wanted to go down the false branch the first time. So, yeah, this should work. So if the shield target is not 0... Or this, yeah, basically the true version of this will never be true. This will be true at the same time. Both of these will be true at the same time, right? So, but the first time we come through, this will be 0, which will be false, and then it'll do that the first time. Okay, sweet. Makes my brain hurts. Whoops, sorry. Get rid of that breakpoint, and let's see our health go down. Whoa! What the fuck is going on here? It's still updating health only, hey? And our health target is 0. Or close to. Anyways, let's see what's happening here, everybody. Little bit of debuggage. UE5 like you. Yeah, UE5 don't like me today. The event dispatcher thing was the most puzzling thing I've seen in a while in here. Alright, Eddie says, I'm rigging directly in UE because I haven't... Oh yeah, I read that already, sorry. Weight blending, juice blending, and more. Did I say weight? Oh, juice blending. Like, is that like a ninja juicer or what? Salsa blending, yeah, exactly. Great stream, I was back and forth a lot, but gotta head out now. See you guys in the Discord. Alright, Tier, thanks for joining us. Hopefully we'll figure this out here so we can wrap the stream up, but let's see. So, let's, again, add that breakpoint. Maybe I should check the breakpoint before we actually, you know, do stuff, right? So, alright, there's the breakpoint. This is true. Why is this true? Of course. This should be, what if this is an and? Right? Well, then it'll always be false. These will only be true. Yeah, the... Shit, should we just do 2 branches then? I guess let's just do 2 branches. Fuck it. I hate doing multiple branches because it's just a little messy, but... So, we'll get rid of this ore. We'll plug this in here. So, does our damage... is it greater than our shield target? The first time it goes through, that will be true. Then we're going to check, does our shield target not equal 0? And that will be true, and that should come up here. If not, it should come to here. And then this false should just go right into there. What? Wait, sorry. If the shield targets... I mean, yeah, here, does this matter now? Right, so... If this is greater than the shield target, that means that we have more damage. We're receiving more damage than our shield can take, so it should go up here immediately. But we need to check if it's equal to 0. Then it goes up there. Oh, sorry. Yeah, then it goes up there. If is not greater, we should just immediately go here. And then what's... Yeah, so maybe we just do this just to keep it cleanish, right? And then we'll add a thing here, and then we'll... Right. So we don't need to do that branch if the... Yeah, okay. God, that made my brain hurt a little bit. Okay. Wow, we just lost all the shield in one go. We must not set it. It should be set, though, right? Where's my mouse? There it is. It should be set before this is even triggered. It should be set when we take damage, or shield damage. Oh, is that where... Sorry, that's where we were in. Shield targets, interp damage, fire that off. Is our shield down? False, so we do this. Current shields. Let's just look at the good old blueprint debugger again. Health, current shield, shield target. That's what we want to pay attention to. Shield target doesn't get set. That's bizarro. Okay. Let's have a look. So that'll be in damage shield. Shield target doesn't get set. How? Shield target minus damage. Right? Shield target is 0. Okay, yes. hold. Okay, so yeah, this is the problem right here. So I don't know if this should be shield target. No, that should be... Should that be current shield? We might need some additional maths here. Because the first time this comes through, this is going to be 0, and then we set it. Right? Right here, if I move this down, right here should be the only time we come down this branch. Does our shield target equal 0? No. This seems super fucking convoluted in my opinion, but yeah, the only time we come down this branch is the very first pass of this damage function. So we should set our shield targets right here to be our current health, because we'll have, right, we need to minus our current health from our shield target, right? So that should fix the issue. I would need to do that inside of the health one as well, probably. Update health. Take damage. Yeah, we're going to have the same issue in the health. I just want to make sure the shield one works. Okay, so then, perfect. We took 25 damage. We're at 75. We'll just confirm our health here in the blueprint debugger. Shield target is 75. That's great. And current shield is just about 75. That's great. That's so funny. Take damage. Now it's 50. It's slowly going down to 50. Okay, we'll take some more damage. Oh, I just straight died. That's so good. We should respawn. That's what it said the controller was going to do, but I guess I just don't have a pawn. That's fine. Anyways, what was happening here? Yeah, okay, the health. Same idea. So does our health targets equal 0? Put a branch here. And if it equals 0, we're going to set our current health as our health target. Sorry, that needs to be a set node. Health target set. Plug it in. There we go. Okay, and then if it's false, we're going to just go right here to minus our health target from our damage. Let's get damage to clean this up. Right? Try to clean it up as best we can. It's already pretty messy, right? Anyways, compile. This should all work super good now. We'll see. Play. I'll take multiple damage. And then, yeah, you can see the health goes down faster, which is super cool. Right? And then we slowly... the thing slowly stops. And... oh, it didn't set our thing to 0. Interesting. But, I mean, the health damage is working now. And then we just straight died. Maybe when we die, we should set our health... oh, no, our health would go down to 0. That's fine, or we can fix that later, but... so... health... or sorry, shield didn't go down to 0 when we exceeded our damage. This hopefully should be the last thing we need to figure out here. Damage shields... but our oh, I know why. Because we start... our shield's down, so in our event graph... This Boolean is now true, so it's firing this off, and it's no longer updating our shield, right? Let's do this. I just thought of an idea. So instead of just getting this, we should also see if our current shield equals 0 or something like that. Current... actually, yeah. Current shield. Okay, and then we'll make this in line. So we'll go back to the event graph. We'll get rid of this shield down, and we'll use that in some other way later. But we want to put the shield in front. Okay, and because then we can just have one call health update thing, right? So let's put the health progress here, and we'll plug into this. And what we'll do is we will drag out of this. This return value should have an actual name on it, like, you know, target reached. Okay. And we'll go back to the event graph. If our target has been reached, that means that we can do... Oh, I see. I have a branch there already for this. But yeah, we're going to clear and invalidate timer. We'll get rid of this. Get rid of this for now. This should also say target reached. Okay. Need to be doing better game dev related, you know, practices and rename my shit, right? Okay, so we'll get a branch out of here, and then we'll clear and invalidate timer by handle. This one, I think I'll just come up here and do this. So bypass. Let's put this at the end. Right here. Sorry, it's all messy here. I'm just going to delete some stuff here. Yes, and then I'll put this here. And then I'll put this here, and then I'll put this here. We want to update it no matter what. So if this is true, we'll come and plug into there. And then target reach false. No, we can't do that. This is where we need to add another branch right here from the current shield equals 0. True. If it's false, we don't do anything. Or we call health update. God, look at this sketty graph, man. That's crazy. All these tracks. Okay, so we take damage. We have we update our shield first. Yes. Okay, good. I was just making sure. We update our shield first. If we don't reach our target, we're going to check if the current shield equals 0. Standby. Will this cause an issue? Current shield. That might cause an issue. The only reason I say that is because current shield would be 0, and the shield target would be 0. So this would return true and frick it all up. So can we do this? So shit, how do we do this? Sorry, everyone's been commenting and my comments didn't keep up. You're still here? I'm so confused. I am always, yeah. TG, is Tarkov episode on job after the stream? Yes, I always keep forgetting about that, to be honest. I'm sorry. I'll do that right now on stream. I'll make it live. Sorry about that. We're 10 subs short of 6,500, which is crazy, honestly. Episode 9. Where are you? That's 11. That's 12. Character inventory. I think this is 9, right? Yes. Okay. So here's 9. 9's live. There you go. Okay. So we just got to figure this thing out here. Anybody have any ideas? How did a simple help system become this frustrating? Yeah, pretty much, right? You're a 1% level noob character and you took 1 hit. Yeah, pretty much. I literally take damage and then I'm so stunned I can't even walk straight. So, all right, we're gonna update shields. If our target was reached, then we want to clear and invalidate timer by handle. If it's not reached, damn it. This is tough. How do I code this? Let's change this to a not equals to. Current shield is not equal to 0. And the target, yeah. Okay, this might work a bit better. So if we get an... Do we want an or an and? So and means both need to be true. So our target is reached and... the current shield isn't 0. Then, sorry, target reached. Fuck this. I need to like write this out. It's like, it's hard to visualize for me right now. So let's say we took 100, you know, we took 25 damage, right? We're just gonna, took 25 damage. And then, so we had 50 health, or sorry, 50 shield. God damn, I can't even type anymore. So we got 50 shield, so this should return true once we hit 25. And this will not equal 0, so those will both be true. Then that should go here. Okay. If target reached is false, we need 2 branches. That's the only way to do this. We need 2 branches. So target reached true. We want to clear and invalidate the timer. If the well, this is where this branch should be. Okay, true. Now, does it not equal 0? That is true. We're going to clear the timer. If it's false, we're going to go into here. That makes sense to me, I think. What do you guys think? Right? So if we reach our target, but our, that's true, I think false. Okay, we don't reach our targets. Then we come down here and we call a health update. Yeah, okay. We don't reach our target, we update our health, which is our shield at the time. And then if we do reach our target, we're going to check if our current shield equals 0. If it does, then... oh, it does not equal 0, pardon me. Then if it doesn't, then we're going to clear and validate the timer. Okay, this should all work. It makes sense in my brain. I just hope that you guys... Maybe you don't want a shield reach branch, yeah. So there's my shield going down. I'm going to hit it twice. I should go down to 25 hit points. And then I'm going to hit it twice again so we can lose all of our shield and then start taking health damage. So it didn't move on to health right away. Maybe this should go... True should just go... So this kind of makes this frickin' irrelevant. Yeah, let me test something. I'm curious because in our health component we do have a thing in there where if we take too much damage on our shield, it should send it automatically to the health. So where's our health components? So we're on our health target and our shield targets. 3. What's our target? Shield target's 25. Current health max, also 2 more. Okay, health target did update correctly, so we just need to be calling that. So what if we, instead of on the event graph, does this matter? You know what I mean? Like, can we just go straight into this? Target reached, true, update health progress. It's going to come in here and check its current health, and it's going to see that the health target and the current health are the same, and then it's going to say super cool, target reached, and then it's going to come out of here and invalidate the timer, right? That seems like that would work. So let's check it out now. I'm going to take like 5 damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I have to click my thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then it's going to start taking my health away. The ease is a little bit too much, honestly. So it did work. Okay, so that did work. Let's fix the ease. I think it's a bit too easy. So update shield progress. Maybe we just make this bigger. Is this in seconds? Interp speed. Let's do 5 on this and same with the health. Let's just see if that makes it look better. That's better. 1, 2, 3, 4. I also wish the health took damage immediately, so you know that like your shield's donezo. Maybe we... Well, I don't know. Well, this is all stuff we can think about next stream because it works. You know, the functionalities there. Real time says is damage taken, true, damage shields, loc excess damage equals blah blah. Is damage... Oh, is damaging on shield. When did you write that? Was that after we solved it? I think what we have is fine. When you want no easing. Yeah, possibly. I mean... Oh, you know what? You know what node we'd use instead then? Instead of the finterp 2, we would use finterp constant. Finterp constant. So this says... tries to reach the target at a constant rate. So that's the one we would use instead. So this will be... Let's do 3. I think 3 was fine. That's a shield progress. Let's just see how it looks on the shield before we do the health. Yeah. Just die. Whoops, I didn't plug that node in. That's a mistake I made. Oof. That is so slow. Why is that so slow? Huh. Let's see why that's so slow. Unless I have to now change... Well, first of all, let's do this. Let's do the finterp to constant. And health target, world delta seconds, plug that in. Let's go to our event graph and let's maybe change this to like every sec... Oh, actually, no, this should be like 0.005, maybe. Let's see. Yeah, oh shit, that looks way better. It could probably be faster. It should scale, maybe. Well, see, the thing about the constant makes it go down without easing, but constant 2 will scale up if you have like a lot of distance between your target and your other thing, and then it eases out. So we need like the best of both, but again, we can save that till next stream. Yeah, anyways, hopefully that was a good stream. Everybody learned a lot of stuff. Yeah, we made a really complex health system apparently, so and found some issues in Unreal that are not normal. So we'll close that. You can see that, you know, we have damage. Wow, I forgot we made our gravity super low. Might have to fix that. So, you know, let's punch this guy. Oh yeah, punch me. Yeah, attack me. Hit me. Yeah, we took nothing for damage because I'm sure they have it set pretty low. So we'd have to figure that out, but that's cool. Oh shit! It doesn't update his because we have to do events inside the enemy character still for interfaces and stuff. But cool. And Eddie sounds like he's working on the animations for this little guy that we'll have putting in the thing here. Did I add him to the thing? Variant combat. It's probably in Fab. Stylized robot. Yeah, he did. Okay. So, yeah, it's going to be... Holy shit. That's not him. No, sorry, that's the boss character. Holy shit. He's huge, hey? That's not him either. So, where did I add him? I swear to God I added him. I guess we'll go to the fab, go to my library, and put him in the projects for next time. Next time on TG. Just kidding. But maybe I'm not kidding. Add project. That'd be cool. That'd be like the outro. Next time on TG. Unreal is an asshole. Like usual. Utility robots. Close fab here. Static meshes. Yikes. So yeah, that's what Eddie was saying. He's got to rig it and weight it and stuff. So, but anyways, oh my god, why are these so huge? Can you scale the skeleton, Eddie, if you're still watching? Because this guy's like takes up the whole arena. Like this is like bigger than the boss character. Scale like 0.05, point like 0.05. Yeah, you know, like that's almost how big I was envisioning it. 0.01. This is how big I envisioned the actual thing that you're getting. You know what I mean? So we'll hit play from here. Yeah, and then you got this thing and you just like kick it across the room, right? Like, yeah, this is how big I expected it to be. Not like Sentinel level, right? Head move, yeah. Yeah, he jumps up and you just headbutt him right in the sensor, right? Yeah. But yeah, obviously nothing happens because it's just static mesh, but yeah, 0.1 seems pretty good. I don't know what else, what other sizes. Right up here. 0.0. Oh, no, is that smaller? Yeah, that's technically smaller. Did I say 0.01? 0.03. I don't know. I think I'm liking 0.1 more. What do you guys think? This is a more punchable level, right? I actually gotta move him up a little bit because he's in the floor. Yeah, so he'll levitate a little bit and we'll play from here. Yeah, I mean, this is at a punchable level, so, you know, this would be fun. The little guys would be super annoying. I think the little guys should fly, if I'm being honest. So let's put this back at like 0.01. And yeah, the little guys should be like at head heights. Right? They can jump and... Right? So... That's pretty cool. All right, everybody. Well, thanks for the stream. I appreciate you guys joining me, and hopefully next week we'll do some cool stuff. We got some systems made. I might try to start doing gas next stream. I just need to review the documentation and stuff. 0.3 isn't bad. Yeah, you can use it more than once. Yeah, we could honestly use a couple of variants. Like maybe we can change the material on this guy to, you know, the variant is like red and that's a bigger version or something. And maybe he's like the Sentinel mothership or something. I don't know. So we'll figure that out. But yeah, maybe we'll do gas next stream. I just need to do the boilerplate inside of C++, which is a little annoying. And I'm not super comfortable in it myself, but yeah, I'll look at the documentation and I'll figure it out. So because I can't obviously use Ali Alizo as a plugin, but I wouldn't be able to use that because he charges money for it, obviously. So we'll have to just make it ourselves. So anyways, yeah, if you guys enjoyed the stream, make sure you like the stream. And if you want to become a member, you get access to videos early. And I'm working on the casting video probably tomorrow. So that'll be up and ready for members either by tomorrow or Monday. So you guys can check it out. Everybody else will be seeing that on Wednesday. Okay, and if you guys have any feedback, love to hear the feedback. Join our Discord. Keep learning until you game over. Peace.